Adawro Kofiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo NEAT 100.9 FM.
Mepacho ya mwakwa bede bagana mutie so we need 100.9. Esu na gugu pa baby a won menim se esu na gugu wo ha. Enye se to bata gugu pa. Ete kwada no mesro pe eye cardigan bi fa show mo ma me wan. Wo mo so eta no bomade a so mo obi wo ho de. Because one be go school. Ete nya no mo so mo dware ntamo na se de kwada no mo go school ntamo. Wo mo go school ntempa. Itan wanya nya no matima kwa kodru hontem wa woman so say no be kwa adwuma wu ni leave ya wonkoje wa home de ye ne tema itirente ya ye nya chesoa eje sorry na any time sorry na any time sorry free katan so wa mesro na be late to adwuma mo men ye late now meeting na be kwa hwe no anko ye late e pato ya no mantetem but I'm so very glad one more. And Toto Fe one woman and woman who are the Yona and ya. Would you train a singer will be soon? Would you crown news so yan you? It's our new come home. I want a tenth pan and penny for the come soon. Almost soon, no young no tenth. School bag and I know I check him about chow. My choice a pencil, need razor and a pen, and I know yet, dear, obey it. I know. Oh, yet, dear, massa, obey it. I know. Eto boabo won say ene wu twa gu na obedi a chese obebo ne de ne obeku no ene oba ne na why ready say wu bo ne ku no enye sa de ene mesre acha 3 days obesa to ofu why ye lucky kura na obetwa 1 week eto me pa ucho oye den obeto ntene de boa ho na wo ya kwada na unim de aye wo ya kwada unim pencils ne pen na wo yira no anei so oba no oba free school be bana the books na tete ana obo no o ya kwada no ye de book no sa ati a personality na me ba cho wo de aye ne kama na why ne kama de amano na na say wo ye no why ya mo akwa be de bagana montie so ha ye need 100.9 meeting the Mark Jerry OSEI AGYEMAN ya ba betina se enra Ghana man panyen ohia se trofo nso bisa ne sem ono so de anu ye bai iti eno ye bisa se adia eye ye man panyin His Excellency John Dramani Mahama oye edi akontabuo bi aba betu table so ana isemi ana wonti ase wa churchill mama wana me questions ni mu beye miensa o man panyin yi anu na ama mesomai clear na mum waken ye so de ose yo Yama penya cheche no mam. The fight against corruption said na mamu no ko. O share said the economy na ya o say enye we no ade no eye natural. I just said you see the $1 no. But they said the crown was ade na eba soro kakra. Eba soro but already no man penya ka say be range between 10 11 12 10 11 12. It is say a Bank of Ghana for the na drew 12 no. Now we are expecting say be now eteni nyina mo na radio call so the media encounter man panyin ene in central for me pacho you be doing come na next time no mo invite you bi why yensu me bisa questions ni be yensu ye person yensu ye journalist ni bi rade nanado eka so obehia central for eba nanado ye man panyin oye mienu penu jai eti His Excellency John Dramani Mahama Oda yen fa ne se abosom kunu bia obe ba ko a. Oda abosom kunu ntam bia be ba ko a. Aya twekra be mpre nan o. Na nadu ye mienu pedo jae. Eno so kra ma invite me. And this voice aba o ma she ba ko ase eno so a mo invite me ade. Mayamode me ne kwabena mayamode. Kwabena kra de mu invite na or the invitation be ma me say me magere wo de eje na ko. It is a mo invite me kra ka mu invite kwabena mafo. Na offer invitation ma me say menyo. Okay, Tian ran it well. It was fantastic though. I just said 70 boy mu pie. And you need no man penny me this will be to me ya no abeti ase. Because say we follow up questions in him. And at the end of that time and 1.5 hours in a day. Say some media encounter maybe na meka. Say ye be ya. I say yenya enough hours and mutimi ya na masora ko didi no masaya ba. Man penny be to matena mu a Eti bi kura be 5 hours. No man penye to onti isu come de na obeko na wakonum su aba. Say aduane bi kura obeko akodidi no wasan aba. Yet menya enough time because na nsem no doors. Nsem ahuhia na doors pa. At least man penye to respond to be 100 questions within 5 hours. And I can be just say yeah. Think na ka adwuma no ho na memo na say easy. O man penye de na na fom. Say MPP before so many be abede no. Omunna mu pa honorable KT am say amafo bi MPP mo soro mo so mo wuska na ye de en o so mo do mo ne ahiafo na be na is Dr. Baumi o was atematem honorable Kennedy so nnam mu and Dr. Yawaduchum Dr. Brian Champon Dr. Yaw Brian Champon no say Dr. Brian Champon de yaw Womo so nembo papa so bia ni abere MPP aye flag bearership position na abronya so nyame adom ochina na obekọ no wasa akwaku hia ko ene ne sense ne nsem amanfo ka fa ya wa be for the town man so ye betwe the trending stories that ransom and I yewo eye de obokrata mu nsam ne wo ho na ya wo maame akusu eto na oba begina dwama sanchia mekwabna mafo AK Constable 1 ono so ba begina dwa Enti ma wo bia na yakadi agomene ade ama wo need 100 points na ye dey abel for the time man so nsam na bro ye fast that farmer peacefmonline.com citynewsroom.com myjoyonline.com check out ghana.com okay Star FM GH any other relevant news portals Mama de boy abel for the time man so Yade Samahodo Yade Bra would need 100.9. It's here go anymore. Okay, maybe I'll show you a question and seminar. I will be able to tell man some. Cabinet await health minister's report on agenda 111 projects. Mahama. President John Dramani Mahama has disclosed that Cabinet is awaiting a comprehensive report from the Minister of Health on the status and the stage of completion of the former government's flagship Agenda 111 hospitals project. So back Agenda 111 yaman penyen ebra no bon to ano kan se oba obeyama penyen obeto aso. Na ochire menra say health ministry no and a health minister one more year reports Agenda 111 no. That's our report in Bema Yahu Baby a project in Aquakudu. Any dia one bedye, Edia Tuaso. PNC LPG withdraw from Tamale Central by election. NDC to go unopposed. I'm a cramus say withdraw, and I don't see it. My dear Muslim contest, I am withdraw. Your brother, Jerry swap. How many PNC for? Okay, the by-election in Tamale Central has taken an unexpected turn after two opposition candidates pulled out of the race shortly after filing their nominations. More for filing my nomination. As a moya Muslim withdraw. Ade. Okay, so say Tamale by-election and this in independent but continue inside the electoral commission in because LPG, you Kufia Palu Party, any PNC, woman withdraw. Na ko filing nominations so. Oma filing nominations so omo ko afi omo so omo nkobi. Eti NDC independent ojina ho. Nti they say o men there. The way na kasem say yenye eno so yenya ho abakosem. Nti ye behwe de ebeko. NDC using state power to target MPP figures. Baumia. Former Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Baumia has accused John Dramani Mahama-led administration of harassing and prosecuting supporters of the new Patriotic Party following the party's exit from power. Bepacho Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, one of the two just say NDC former Shadapa and MPP for no target to him. Omo cheche omo. And akwa political persecution. I just want more tata. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia said. Suicide deaths, the fourth rise 40% in 2024. Mental Health Authority raises alarm. Is that? The Mental Health Authority has reviewed a worrying 40% rise in suicide-related deaths in 2024, sparking renewed calls for urgent intervention to tackle the growing public health crisis by vitamins and supplements. Abusia, Ebacho winim. Yes, say, one more, I saw him who are confukum hono. Paracosro 40%. 2024, 40%. A mental health authority say, I idea say, Yakon. And yet, your memona, one man, I saw him who are confukum mono, across by 40%, and as a Chinese. Hey. Okay. 1,200 excavators undergoing permitting process. Mahama. President John Dramani Mahama has disclosed that 1,200 excavators imported into the country are currently undergoing a rigorous permitting and clearance process led by Ministry of Transport. Excavators are big yama penny say one more edit for processing. Yes, excavators and na agakofa. Na agakofa. Oto ya ozo deba. Na picture ben obi dia send me a audio assemble. Okay. Enti emunsem na ababeto hono. Yedi asede ma peacefmli.com, cdnewsroom.com, myjoyonline.com, check out ghana.com. Star FMG, classfmli.com. Mama kozi atona mache. Mama what to say?
Nyame na dum na unse.
Yeah, nyame ya say. good ya mami akwa adum nemfa wo so no
Awusia for the Bokrata abedwa so ne edikan edema wache amo wakwaba aye daily guide the Bokrata no na daily guide the Bokrata no anim ha ana wode omampanyi John Drama ni Mahama fonyini ababato a ena we no wa sha African way ena wode kane mampanyi abede eche Dr. Moodball mi abato ono de wabo shoot pa eno ena daily guide the Bokrata no ebo amane se Dr. Baumia ena watutu bidia mani NDC amanyoko no efa wasi tumi a womu yese omu yusu no mane broso abuse of power na yese tumi no womu saka no womu yusu amana broso ya daily guard Bokrata ebo amane wase na uya daily guard Bokrata nanim a odi yera Joseph Nelson odi nimfonyin ababato a ena odi blame nyameke ama ena odu onu su fonyin ababato a na wasi MP any regional minister no modi abo ani oni nyina fa demolition exercise bi a ebe koso anase demolition bi a ebe koso no modi abo ani daily guard Bokrata no e de ho amane bo e de aba na daily guard Bokrata no anim ha ene obo amane no si nipa enan ene ya chi wo mo ya chi wo mo no omususu se ade a omo aboaboa no ba ko 315 a wo mususu se eye parcel wo mo bobo na kuakuakuakuakuakuo ni nyina no India ha wi no entampi ene wo mu ya daily guard Bokrata ede ho amane bo ede aba na daily guard Bokrata no animu anode Professor Ahmed Jinapo Abdullahi wadin foyin aba ano se GTech for ena 149 on accredited distant learning centers schools ni bebre universities no motaye pa obanwu se school bi campus bi edamienu na wo mo de ya da mo say we campus na ne do so ma we ne amane sanka dodo na kra nya bi nko say we no so aboa pa but GTech for say omo centers no omo close to church bam omo di kan de ho niema di kan de bae na Ghanaian Times the Bokrata ana mede to aso e de ama wo no na wo hwe anim ha se a ena wo bo amane ena wo se Ghana afibia sika ye hwere no 520 million US dollars 520 million US dollars UNDP for and omo de sasem we ede aba ya wo mo ede Miss Pamela Kwe ya wo no ewo UNDP wode ne mfonyini ababeto ahase na Times the Bokrata no anim ya ene wo se eja ena timi ase warehouse nwotwe afiefie enwotwe ene warehouse ewo latabi okoshi ya ho nsem so ewo hase a Times the Bokrata ede ho amane bo ede aba na Ghanaian Times the Bokrata no anim ya ena wo bo amane no se CSOs SOEs wose dodo no a ebre enti wo msira aban se wo hwe na onye ho bibi emfa ma wo mo ya ICU ena ede ho nsem aba ya Times the Bokrata ebo amane na Times the Bokrata no anim ana obo amane no se economy no expand economy no akwa anim kra mo se second quarter 2025 no atimi akwa anim a 6.3% ya the Ghanaian Times the Bokrata enso ede ho amane bo ede aba na the Chronicle the Bokrata na bosiafo ekura mi yo mafa eno ana obo amane no se Aguna West delegate no eno wo so wo etai Yewra Brian na champo achipa ya the Chronicle the Bokrata nso ede ho amane bo ede aba no wo se asra dom no adwumayefo no bi eno wo akobo dompim anase wo ewo manso a chese nya asem koto wo se manso mpetuem ya chese resident dodo no a ano so omo adwane nya fa mentum wase a asori ewo ho a the Chronicle the Bokrata ebo ho amane na the Chronicle no se kane Niger Delta militant group member baako eno omo ache no ni nyina ne se waye na adwen se obe kidnap a businessman bi ewo Ghana ha ya the Chronicle the Bokrata nso ede ho amane bo ede ababusiafo ma yefa dey break the Bokrata na yefa nto asomamo eno re Dr. Moodball mi ade nfoyin ababeto a eno wasi NDC wo mo ayusu state power no ede target MPP mpanyifo no bi ya ho nsem so ewa ase a dey break the Bokrata ne de ho amane bo ede aba na dey break eno obo amane no se tension pa ene IC ewo University of Education Winneba ni nyina ejina aspirant ya wo mo ebese we to wo mo so aba ni nyina position se Graduate Student Association of Ghana wo mo election no a an attention asɔre ɛwɔ hɔ nti no yɛbɛkɔ peace ni akɔfa no nsia kase ɛde abrɛ mo Mike Jerry OSEI AGYEMAN tena se yɛba Ghana Montie ɛbɛto aso amamo
Abono nsia peace 104.3 FM suni omai maye mamache anopai kasia yensa kan ebredu ayede ebremo no na kasia boy fi peace FM so won cry assign namo okay 101.7 nit FM 100.9 yenyina ye worship house abeka junction and cry enafe hello 101.5 FM enu okumase enu achi radio stations awudro bebre na achi kasia ya wode epeti ama edomo enye bietie ense mi nyina wo peacefmonline.com ene GhanaToday.com na kasia de bremu yi emu ensemu a edi akotiri bi ene say
Ghana Mampani His Excellency John Dramani Muhammad ato ma ade hye ne mu say obedi adie enya dia mining license wa maba kumpo ewo mem
openi e wotu Frank Gadima NPP ewo nanu abato mu Dr. Baumia de ato dwasa no kurenie ase NDC aban ba yi watu na ni te edesi NPP for so
enipa wonso agentete na obetima ye adwuma se pharmacist ewo mem de ade sede ato Mampani anim say what via woni adwuma ye won form adwuma mu
One eku afrani say TTAG and say Teacher Trainees Association of Ghana eso mo sra aban pa obi kosua teacher die ni wi a ye ma na adwuma ni binyo ne yemfa na katua nso ma no
na yebekọ amahodo so nsem
eye na no Nigeria osuyire bi si ho eti amanfo yem hyeso mo say anhwe yi a afi su ebi besi bi mu
wo ball bomu nso enya ba bedadwa say Ghana Football Association eye nhyehyɛ say agokansi ebekọ so Ghana Premier League ni teams awudo ebesimu kan no obi abenya kan sika no 10 billion ene ya de odensha say ebinsi Ghana bakosimu da epoemantem nso hwebe bosumi ayebe wuram ne da toso de onunum na second division league ne nso ebesha seremo congress ebekoso 16th bosumi ne da etoso edu eye ensia wedi nsem bi na anopa yasin konwa de bramo se anopa no nsia kase ebo Aisma mama darumo enmakwa wenti ne anya brani adaje a yede nsem yi ebramo airbind 20 disinfectant JA Binding Company Limited yanom e kam obia ti ase isi do man system ne ejai camera se de be guvia na chem you know ha e boye papa bit of money afa e kre na de obde se awubo modin akọ by 20 ho a e ade papa na meto amano se bia o restaurant o hotel o guest house wan B&B amanfo yi ana wa ufie ejale ana wa dwaye utimi se empampa ho ne nye sade jacuzzi ni won sin na asapopo bibire bi sabe mpedu asa okọ washroom ho a ewon po nya kono ene watimi atra won po asiesie ho orofo waje nkwaba by 20 disinfectant owura John Bani JA Bani na diaba yanam nyase akeka mekeka wedi maso ahwe bidin wa dance ntinye ye keka mekeka ekoye papa sham ekumu amu anketenkete entafra ne samu ande jejejai sia kura na opebi aton so enya den ufre Gabriel Pius Odanfo 0541 808096 0541 808096 sedo abaju so ma dodo atoro yembe he anafe J Mani nankasa 0208 142 913 munsha nso First Atlantic Bank refreshingly different. Edansrungu Pius Bank ne abutu say tam na di rough obi do sika bedwa na nka ayembe he usika behe ebiasida some kind nam 3 enti eye First Atlantic Bank de ehunjo papa udi sika koto na pa wienu mre ye kire onwoma betimi di sika na ye bank mu nyansa ne nimde ye de amount man ni so obetrase ye ne midimafo heba o sinkonya osi ajade wawuo endiga obi anofo no obewu aka ma no so dese midima fogie asan yade mai o sinkonya a wo sie yade se wo wotwo se wo dan ni nyina da papa so obesa Dr. Time da so asem na me kan yo 0244 774 282 number ba fene no adeshima maye amote ye ne achenkwa na menu mbremu asuna piesie na wodi ahenkan Kwame Yeboa na afei
Ajua Yeboa Eje, Aveka Senmun Semo Enie, New Patriotic Party, NPP Amanyoko Nipa, Ojia Mutua Franka, Edema Won, Dr. Mamudu Baumia, Edin Zambia to Dra, Edi Subwabo, NDC Abanse. Abino Eddie to me on money, the Ashan and Sano, 18 team NPP Amanyoko so, and that's what the Huna won. Our Quenya Kitwabio Benyabia, and all the Huna won. And it's NPP Amanyoko Bojo Kumase, Asokwa Abatu and Peshaso, Ewa Sante Mantemo. I want a canic Ghana Mampenia be the chair Dr. Baumia, Casabo Sujetire, and what did you just say? As I say, macho, and I also macho, you know, see the Amanasam, and a butter a chile. Ya macho, you know, so NPP for and a banner to the Nita Ediasi Warmo Eso. Was if it is a NPP for 2 million woman, as I said, I at Chichi and Guan. Was in the Penina, almost almost near El Coso, our NDC Abaya Abre Eso. Was this a sea walkers on NDC add your money to me no add ye ehunahuna entintim so ani popo ani ajojo and wade wo mo efemu was encheri bia and now aye chairman untumi wo mo che ne ayaya and afa chairman bronyan so wo mo ache no was nya no nko TikTok of wo ye o tai NPP achi o mo bloggers o mo no mo aye adwuma o mo points ahodo wo mo nyina NDC aban achichi wo mo was ne ntia wo kasa asemi Ghana fo nyina ni tua se asante mante mu pani oda NPP kona no Ashanti regional NPP chairman Ora Bernard Nchibu asia konemra ne chairman wuntumi wono wa kire no se enam na dwuma ye ne nsa so ma oman no ya boka hiri sika abokachi die ono ne charge no enu achi na no da ya chairman oda NPP kona no ewo bono mantamu Ora Kwame Bafo ne mra ne ye abronye DC wono so wa kire no ama na no kwode na kwakogina court ma court etu asem no e de ahye na foforo se ye kasa yi wodna kwakwokyira ban kukum kosi efiada bosome eboda tosudu mienu ansa na obesa to na sanie no so ya wono so de kwadu awudu mienu na asoa no se bini ni ye bia wo ye ne ensam fata enso ani detimi sey oman asomdue Dr. Mahmoud Baumia eto na samso no eno se sa nyema ya ACC nti wo gina so e dia tona manyokuo NPP fu ani se ese so mu nyina ya ba ko wo ya nokro na nkabo mu a emu oden etena wo mo entem
Yenyina yehu niema ekoso ye lose power MDC say omo de power no ehunahuna harassment abuse and chebia ye chairman wuntumi ekotum yakoche chairman abronye akotum ye chi TikTokers ye chi bloggers ye chi appointees said ye here MPP ye kabum so that 2028 ye beko akoje power no
we are the buyer the gay kane Ghana mampani abediachi Dr. Mahmoud Baumia
Everyone so my PSM German Penny and yes, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. And so any the above for an and drop for Echun come off Obedia de Bosumi Makma Kunkuno and Yawuramin. Now one a years and drop for Castle the two just and Ukrainian Yemini assemble qua Ghana for a Kapa a Galamsey. Say yes, so yes, quiet yes, and say now I'm off for the dominating bo middle for that dame. Say Namotie. Emra mu opposition mu si kai galam se na nado dan kwa kufa de ba mia wo mu ntimi ntu ase o mu nkrofo na eye mu de mu fa tumi ni man ye betu ase se hon te na mampani sha ase se wo yi nsem bia no na ase ma wo yi ano ne se o kan pe ma Ghana fo nyina ti ase se mo ye na dom e de o man tumi she ne nsa no wadi nsi aka ntema ka se obewe se atanaye nsuo kwaye ye nsa ase de obebo ho ban pa nti obedi ade enya de a krata ye de ma o che so timi kotufo magude ba kumpo license wodi ama obia goguso a wo ye adwuma wasadi to dwa bi mu say what tax force tax force no dwuma de so obesori atia won asabe ofa kwan bonu su tu for magudie te say diamond gold bauxite any zuo was said no no munye bi kura no excavators wo magye pumping machine wo magye chamfan ni ade de any ebobo wose no kwani nyame ni wo tan bo akwadura no ayi na America oba ye waye bi papa ogusu a wo sorry de tia galamsey enti wo kan pay magana for atiase etenti ya ye nya cheso enya de wo gya ne eja ne kina obetoko so aye se adwuma na emum no uyase Ghana for betechi na Ghana insuansu ane kwaye ne de obayire ne ho so obebo ho ban na entertainment na wo kan pay magana for atiase se obedi ade license ba kumpo omfam obi se omfanye mining e wo ye man Ghana.
Let me be clear, since my administration resumed office, not a single license has been issued to any company to mine in our forest reserves. The repeal of LI 2462 is therefore intended just to crystallize in law what we have already demonstrated in practice, peace and national development. We're also taking decisive action to protect our environment and natural resources from destruction. A dedicated national task force is currently in place, actively combating the menace of illegal mining. As a result of their operations, hundreds of excavators, water pumps, and other heavy equipment have been seized, disrupting the networks that have long exploited our lands and our rivers. In addition to enforcement, we are reclaiming what has been lost. 9 forest reserves have been successfully recovered from the grip of illegal miners, restoring these vital ecosystems under state protection. Our Tree for Life initiative is being actively rolled out across the country, targeting the restoration of lands degraded by illegal mining activities. Steps are currently underway to repeal LI 2462 to formalize our commitment to end mining in forest reserves.
Any amuti or my PSM Michegana Mampani, His Excellency John Dramani Mama Namafo say, hey, excavator ultimately is the son and your hand here, CSA, Hanabisu, woman organizer, NDC, Osawa Bemu, Kase, Dan one way kung fu, a charge, a galamse, what done who come by yes, excavator with Ciziano, Senya Tabeno, so Rabasa, a 2, DSC or MP per memo perno, Sab, a memo with the same thing, and they see. To a Mampani, to also cast one. Sembiano. Amanfo akeka ane emana Ghana mampani His Excellency John Dramani Mahama onya me mampani de tosum bienu one ne NDC amanyoko eti afitire hwa mammo ne bi no wom se ba bi omana duni de e was say state of emergency efa efoma gudie ho ese na nado e de bia so Sam George Gwado ka se we galam se asitu na otwemienu na wotwemienu se mampani na nado na ni abre no one mamamwo pa so otimi na otwemienu etu galamse ase Minister for Education prempre ha na adus mu nyina ka bi so da bi said ade na ginsem the state of emergency etikabaya nka mampani His Excellency John Dramani Mahama bay sa asema mo opposition mo kan say you bet man simple kra ama galamse etu atwa enko nyusu ona so hwe enya simple sa state of emergency wana ga kire mo anu ga de nyanwe ho enya de ayede ba na de abachena anu ga de chese eda to baby kura the state of emergency na man vote to say enen kwanchan na yetu galamse nzuei ave kwa na ho ne poto yimu no sa state of emergency ne there forget it.
To implement a state of emergency in the Galamsey fight, because we've not exhausted the powers we even have without a state of emergency. We have the opportunity to arrest anybody, to confiscate any such thing. There are laws for forest protection and all that give us enough powers to be able to act. Implementing a state of emergency might sound nice, but it should be the last extreme, the last resort. So for now, let's exercise all the powers we have. And if it becomes necessary for a state of emergency, then we'll look at it. It means we have to go to Parliament. The president can't just declare a state of emergency without, going to Parliament, because there's a limit to how long you can maintain that state of emergency. And so I believe that we still have leverage to continue to fight Galamsey without necessarily implementing a state of emergency.
His Excellency John Dramani Mahama nyati akoba kweze nkuno tuono se koto de no bodwe nyanya nje de mfa nko tisi ade state of emergency mampeni ankasa akase mpremprentie yedi adwuma onye yara
Wiabusia yeto akase no eso wanwa wo teacher entity mu wana se wako teacher entity ye omo friend se Teacher Trainees Association of Ghana TTAG wɔn no mo kasa yi ɔmo de ato aban anim sɛ aban mra bonte no mekyire wɔn gyina bere yie na kwan ya ɛfa so a recruitment ayɛ ɛkɔ so wɔn nso so ayam wɔn adwuma ni bia yɛ ɔmo akatua yɛ atia kam wɔn mu no ba bia ɛkɔ akɔdie no aban mra bonte na ɔmo akyire mu yie ekuo no ɛyɛ TTAG ekuo no kyerɛ sɛ wɔn kɔ ɔmo ni bebree ɔmo abonyenye ɔmo hina poto wɔn ho ɔmo nya tutu aka ɔmo nsa ɔmo hunu nya ɔmo nyɛ abrabo ayabasa eti ho asɛm ɛno no pani oda sa akɔ yi ano ɛyɛ nanija divine any peace news ɛkasaye ɛne wɔkyerɛ mu sɛ wɔn a wɔn bosumi akatua kamu aban tua yɛ no ɛde ahokyerɛ yɛ mu ɔdene ɛna abɛto wɔn so ɛna nya no nko a ɛgidie ne awurɛhyɛmu mapa yɛ wɔn wɔ teacher edie adwuma mu no sɛ ɛyɛ ato ape kyerɛ sɛ enkoyie wɔn kyerɛ sɛ nneɛma a enkoyie bi ne sɛ afi 2022 teacher trainees a wɔn wie yɛ sɛ nka wie teacher training ane ama school kɔ no wɔn da so gu fie wɔn nya baabi nkɔɔyɛ 2023 batch omo sugu fie omo nya bi nkoye na che se teacher die na ukodi ye no se bi emu gire ni arehemu ni odo a wo ma adwuma no asa wo ye atoto na se ena nya no nko wo mo susu omo tiri ye yi a ye fra omo mo kwotena classroom so omo kwakira de no bo so mako be se nkono se bo so medu akatua wo mo nsa nkan ei wo se de ahokira bre won pa arenti wo mo kire se nukura nie omo anka na omo ayetiafo abantu anamo se wo ye hu bidie na nso aka bebrebe ye aban enyeye eto omo de adesade ato enmasua so ye ene sikasam aso anim ye no anim se nmanim ya no omra bonte no makirem na sa teacher fo kuo yi omo hu omo gira bre na omo bosumia katua kamu no yama wo mo nsa enka.
Your members via that was 2022 from colleges of education. Say now I've to the year by say land sanitizer. More 2022 for no. The no man and pass after that. I don't know anything from the government as to when I post to. And I said war 2023 for almost pass land sanitizer until now to YNT from the government. Or we are not hearing anything from the government as to when I post start 2023 budget. On my own says offer so as we speak, all these people, that is the 2022 and 2023 for Omari National Service as a person license as a normal. So we make the idea for about 10 months now, like the person is not paid.
Yeah, I know actually. Orua Nanija Divine ya wada Teacher Trainees Association of Ghana TTAG kuona no not one asemso oze eno kwasem ne omo aya hoboase oni aban besi nkonwa na wade ano ne ano ato ado na mom akwabasa ban bia na wo ye na dwen se bia omo se bia omo elfo etiaban eye da na ya mama to ne kwada ne na adade a enye no kura ni omo so meti agina ani aban de asi ani mra kwan bi omo fa so be yi no woni aban beti agina kopem se teacher fo wo mo eyi de na wo pre no wonsa ebeka.
Yes, for now, we are giving our statement to the government, and the SSC say, "Abembe babe kata apasa sakata so as to when obey employ mana kwanya offers so on fine employ mo." But for now, say bet market say, person yes aben yes say yeah for now, but ma assurance in that if the government fail to address these concerns, will when the bresu you see get my party association now demanding for the right of our members.
Yeah, the boy Orua Divine Nanija why penny at the teacher for awarding Teacher Trainees Association of Ghana Ekuno Ano.
Any I am from Government and Hospital Pharmacists Association of Ghana, Wamzumukuno, Wamudia de said, dear, and Sama Sebe Brasia Casa, to Ghana Mampani, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. I swear, Resica, some Ministry of Finance, and I swear, Rapum Din Samsu, Cobraminta Kando, Ununya Faso, and so say, Womas Romada, Sabum Domania, Guamoya, Bosumis, Kukurone, Donomania Let, Elmofonso, Nanso. Wamu pharmacy for ayate to makumaku ahanum edu okronkron 599 akaba kwiti ekim numadu ahansia enya de omudi adwuma ye wamu titifie be bosume makumaku edunie na sabe mpraduasa ogwa bakra na da asan na atefa akwa wuntimi nkoma ene edanto asan ma achima bo abo he agyan ba bi ko ene obu za bento ho ene waka se nukra nie se oman kesemu a na omotete Dr. Emmanuel Osuwiafe ene kachire Peace FM kasebofo say yanom ena fom mayesa wo yakwaje ntete a sinsei ye ntete akwaje no yɛbɛtumi de aboa ɛwɔ ayasa bi ahwɛ na pharmacist fo nso wɔ ayasa bi amuamu nim adwumaso ɔmo yɛ ɛdeboa nanso enei bosomi maku edunie a etifie so anopa behwie ma medwefo te ase enso na ekom na ekuom wose no kwere nyankopɔ anim nie o ma tena fie acha dodo na tro ma tena fie acha nyina ne sɛ bebe emfie maku enum nie a public service no ye fa pharmacist fo di wura mu bepem ho yate ada ye nyamfo obi abiem into abi se gya sɛ den kora wo wie a betena fie into omo titifie bosomi dunie ekom diom Tomo sre aban se won kura ni mahwo manim na sre o manya dwuma mu ye so mo so nya bi ya enkaba boa wo
599 pharmacists are almost school na pharmacy council so agiomo atom a ekobosumi edumuni no so la no omotifia omunya humpo enyo mo housemanship housemanship ye no se be said you enye se ma permanent clearance housemanship no Uber health service anymore so far it's a medical doctor and a pharmacist I have sabia who are your own ya a pharmacist wakasano you sadida ya come once if you know motrano it is affecting their professional life their housemanship so that ubi pen so then ye juma wetin to aswai
Any amuti ye Dr. Emmanuel Osu Yafe no we no sare tu su bi say asimo mu kan ma ensenglof ne Ghana for entie ni sa keke so maka se we yate ye betu wana mo na wete sam de bi mo mpene sa wo mo srepa so o mempene fo nso mu kwan no mu ntu wana mo na sabin producer ne mi do makwanya wo school mu no sanka ye bomade awom clearance no ma hyase abaye adwuma de asom Ghana kababua ya asabia wodo agini pankwa me nipa nyia che mom hododo mu nyina benya yaresa na se ko ba se 599 won be kwaso atrenfie adidi de o ma memu chi ase a ene no kuranie ebe adwen panto mo sre se asemi aban ene o main panufo emfa na asemi hia
se aban eni menu ye se bi anto se be fa na September end year omo financial clearance. And we know and this one is even not the permanent financial clearance. It's a financial clearance for a 1 year housemanship period. And then two, almost so not say almost no postings, no one doing it. I don't cry this pharmacy council cry are available. So they should facilitate their immediate postings to various hospitals across the country. And then they are tossing me and sounds why yes, say, yes, niema pedi egu kwemu emma se tibia yakomu yino ensa nyeden embedu
Dr. Emmanuel Osu Yafe ono eno president our that government and hospital pharmacist association ano a odna de said ye to aban mi say ekom eye yawo njaban fo madwuma mu why kasebo free peace 104.3 FM yakoba amanone nsem ene ball bo
The Amoka Chef Freddy's Corner Home Appliances or the Abba Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Center. Home appliances are a ye papabia, a biwo brands Bain, Media, Samsung, Kaiwell, TCL, TV, air conditioner, freezers, fridges, water dispensers, and Nidia Kekeka home. Nia ubenya good warranty dear. Ko Freddy's Corner Home Appliances ukokumemle.
CCTV a Boama monitor of properties and business at anywhere in the world.
CCTV and need a detector, clear pictures, Wi-Fi connector. Ultimate connector my phone. I want monitor baby a wo wiasibia.
Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Abeka Freddy's Corner Ejosua Hodwa or ton phones and their home accessories no.
Fresh 0544 959195 and 020 7937323 and now so Brako Komemle City Light in Chehwa. Na ya can discounts any achadia. Ubetiasie.
Freddy's Corner.
Home of authentic home appliances, phones, and its accessories.
So wakoma ho hyehyɛ ana ebo periperi de broni kan hardware no a ɛde na sɛ wo ye na sɛ wo yam so atim so
wo be packing a farmer Martin's liver salt techira kwan entem ehwie nsu agu glass mu ate Martin's liver salt no ba kwa no na wo de agum
wo be hu sɛ ehuru wa glass ni mu na wanom Martin's liver salt ye won orange flavor ana ba ko so ye plain
wonu mu a ho beto na mum edi na anu na ho ntowo a ko hu doctor
Herbal and Alternative Medical Hospital Bena Black History and the War America, China, Africa ne Ghana mpanyifo abona baso say. Osaya remo manfo ti apopa.
Amen Scientific Hospital. Ayare sabia o won fidie nwaso. Dia woda so a fidie ne kire oyade na no asan so sa oyade.
Amen expert okwankro yare ho. Won ra no enam. Na wa doctor for ne nurse for so. Oh what ma.
Amen Scientific at the herbal, homeopathy, naturopathy, and reflexology nyina. Esayade.
Sa wona wo pe. Ana yare ne ti same pa. Nyame adumunti. Yare expert. Amen Scientific ebeboa ma inshallah wo ho ato. Na won so dia dance se de Ghana for ne abrochirefo bi dia dance no.
Accra, Amen Scientific ewo dome, Obersnet Flats, and Alashibi nso ewo Klagon, Eben Shaman Road, Underbridge Ope.
Owo krabata P. Fre, non chiro de ben wo 0245 275254 ana 020-722-9505. Amen Scientific Herbal and Alternative Medical Hospital.
Allow Shafi, nyamene yaresafo.
Tune it in, turn it up,
Peace FM,
and rip off the knob.
Busia mamo akwaba yeto akazie no so Nigeria krobi efene se maduguri na no afie twam no esuo toye dodo nsuo ni jiriye kroba akubi de dam kase wo hono no dam no so twifa so ebuye nsuo atedam no twi befa kro no so si kro no nyina komunipa bedua sanson makro no munipa bebro opepemienu obi abo asesa wutimi sesa wo niema na sa wo so wo mansa woni bia wo konso na wo kọ mebe ya kese power Nigeria na anu nso ensuo sa asase to bieu awasa maduguri wonom amamanfo si afi nso abieu afi nso abieu ni ayem hyehye ni ayemja na begu amanfo no so omo si esuyire man na so musuro ni esi se na anu afi atwam no omo so se ebi besan esi ebieu radio ni BBC nsantrofo kasa ye se ensuo no yiri ye no ne baba mu anu anya emfie nson wo wu ya ekom ene yade ene kun akoda no saa bre no enam so munni aduane omuni nuro omuni baabi da eti anadwo da suom na yade tisi akoda no so a omo ye akoda no enya nkwa wo se saa bre no sika Nigeria bande mo omo eye naira no empim edu 10,000 naira ena bande mo omo se mpota sika saa 10,000 naira no de ko dollar mu a eya dollar enso $7 ne dodo nyina eno no wo se fiti wo no omo sa nka bibia bio aban hya omo bo so obebo omo no so ankwa nkosi aga eti afiya nsu asha sese etoto no wasusi maduguri a amanfo eni ahotokra
Yako agudie mu nsam so a yenim papa said the Blasters of Ghana de ombetima ye bia said the bear agukansi afa na wiase nyina de World Cup senior level no omusu betima akwakosi akan ebi na nanse ye de ba koyam so ewo enkan kopema so onanti behye go ane ye de hye ball no twam akwan ba bi le ko ball yikunanti yehu anu kukuro Ghana hye ba ko malvo de ye bete hwehwere ne apon ene ye kro no ti Ghana huri je kwam ayi hyehyapon no akwakoda soro de ni papa ba so ma bia nso betima di wo ball boma agane local league ne fan domestic league no agina ejira pintin amanfo ebomode timi hwe eye English Premier League no ebi hwe La Liga na ebi hwe Bundesliga efe ede Portuguese de nyina amanfo hwe na ni nyina de amana yakona na efe sempanfo hwe ball boso di sika wuram ama atuhwa inti camera ni susu na etwa fefe place so market an kama eno ana Ghana for kasa sense nke betimi di sika kakra awura Ghana Premier League ni ma kana nso kakra ba fu se kwam na kodu soro aja ye free division ye free Premier League ma baba first division for kakra ba som so na ma fu ye bia som so na second division for aji kakra na third division na course for aji say ye kam nyina na ban ne ketokra ku GF no mate say say de mu nyina mu nim say GF ya nhyehyɛ say ansa na be hye Ghana Premier League 2025-2026 na so no empanifo na say bobo quote say kotoko House of Folk ene de keka ho wo mu si aka ne nyina obi anya kwanya 1 million Ghana cedis kan sika ne 10 billion na we eya bakwasam kase bi nsi Ghana bakwasam da say ya babo Premier League na aban ne GF na madwun say de sika twitwi di we ematim bia na ode aboabo no ho say dia manfo bu sanse sika na akotom another bank and a better football association and I said clubs no accountum young areas young go go here says a poor man terms so second division no and chair no mobile shasha bosume aye babe wurem na omugina embra omodebo ball boso area babe to just say onyankopon ya adoma bosome October ne de tosu edu ensia ena eye Eastern Region Congress etoso makumaku aduonu ba ko omde be hyeso eye New Dwabe Municipal Library Koforidua ewo enemra ene hyehyɛ mpanfo aye enyina da omde kwa akotudwa eji obi bia wate second division team no anya qualification league omba boy payment no obebo bi no Nyankopon ya adoma ewura ne din di Yvonne eye Edinam fiakponu oye secretary de Natasha Kata so dia ma eye RFNT training oral for da Samuel Boadu se Nyankopon ya adoma ball bon wadwento to ho mbra ne ho mpempran de nyina epuamantem de no bosome October ne de to so dunsia na Congress ne eba so e New Dwabe Municipal Library Koforidua nyame adom ne yakwa ye nyina ba kwhye adwen se da bia ball bo e epuamantem so e be fa no ntuma pa e de afira
ebusia forecast ya boy de bremu no asi ye ne amote ye ne anopa yi adwoa ye boa agei na
achenkwa na menu bremu asuna piesie nana wo fadua ni o wodi ahenkan kwame ye boa monja ne nso se je ban 20 disinfectant First Atlantic Bank midimafo eba ene taye chi ya home so aba.
Welcome to Thursday morning.
Peace FM 104.3. Good to meet you.
Ghana muntie na mansanya so adawroko fiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM.
Ghana muntie Ghana muntie Ghana muntie Ghana muntie.
Hey, catch it. Listen in here. And you ma beto to dia me baba no ho de no. Hwem so betumi a. Hey, asew. Hey, now beka. Ya John to mami ensa duku portmanteau. This way chocolate drink. Na kan wo hwe afibia so beri ni waware ne a. This way chocolate drink. Na kan sia. Oh, asew. Wo den kan no ntumu ho. Me be mo anu nso hye kura de aka ho. Wo hwe de wapi ho. O ka se batete e da fom ho.
This way chocolate drink.
Kra cha be pe baba ware yi.
Asew.
Ye fi ase this way chocolate drink. Ya sorry anopa no ne yenom ye be hye fridge nom no se snack ye nya hoho a no ne de serve wo mo ye didi wie ne ye pe bibia bogu ya de so a this way chocolate drink ne yenom and this way no ti ano a he se kire wom koko wom brick wom bibia wom ade wo hia ne so hye
this way chocolate drink
de wo hia ani so hye
FDA ahwehwe se adwede nkratoe mo agye atum se eye.
Cool, fresh and trendy with a new look. Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Natural mineral water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Ghana muntie na mansanya so adawroko fiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM.
Ghana muntie Ghana muntie Ghana muntie Ghana muntie.
Yamo kwamba de bagana montie so na no pay. Awani 100.9. Na bosha womre na no nsia no aba pound simano eduasa ensia. 636 on the 100.9. Yeah, there's some go do I cost you the bro. And right, yeah, media encounter cost so. Pabana me say me ho. Me tena TV na just me anana o tietro. Baby o trap dey kwa. Etienra. Ghana man penye ne se jofo sia. Sampa yese eye ahinsembia ma no homre so ho IGP another pe bi chi IGP why your friend ora Christian tete yohuno idin no eye yohuno Christian tete yohuno IGP Montie ane mami anope. IGP so ba ye is on the table no so aye say pansam boku Benyiri Kwanta South by elections. Ono so ba so we shesi anoma pa in this sampa, yes, we deploy right to Omoko. And here is it. Abronye arrest. Oh, where are they? I said, what was that?
Abronye. Dana minya adagiti ni tape no fully. Yes. And my Jerry say mea sabi me baby am free bano. Ebi am a background and entity I de me femono. Enka me call IGP tete yohono naso. Na makwa akubunku today esu apanichewo se asemu a mekaye no onfa ncheme manka ne yie
ba kwamra ye establish bibio
na jeme ba o sabio a respectable personality, well educated, a family man or what year one ma ewebusia etumi arise from Ghana Police Service up to this level. Say oye ubusieni anaso oye hu nipa anase o papa no no a nka odi betu ho. Say wo criticizing adwuma o ya obi ni uni asem. Anampo se na adwuma a wo ye no eho atochema na wo ka bibi di a kire no a obi a ni uni problem. But with this insult, Kwame, you went too far. Uko too far. And I wish omwa edinetino executive te se kodia na nabi chairman kamuba ko IDP wako panecha wo se Kwame bafu asemu a wo kan ye no sabi na no traso onfante no sabi majari say your values your culture eba ne say ne yeduru say ntinka abronye IDP ya hu nipa oye ubusuani a sabi ntinka untumi mfa nhoahoa ho kra
kwabene yanu kra ya busuafo adi posi pen se met ebra na me wofa eye posi ni me wofa no so o posi adwuma no odi free mu
no a police
officer
okay
o free mu kra so me na me kodi na de
okay
because no mo pe wofa se penyin
okay
ntina me na me kodi na de
okay
eno kra mpo na me de hoahoa me
wow
ono kra no nya IGP menama na me gaga because me offer a post.
Yeah.
Bibi ba me to me friend no.
Yes.
Over. That say. What dey yen no krampo frame ye nan fofo. What dey twa obi te say Isaac Oduro. Isaac Oduro an ye no wa.
Shese ya de na hoahoa.
Ya de na hoahoa ho pa. Say obi ye we a timi kra. Why say ya de one say Isaac Oduro kra wa.
Fo bebre ya police for.
Enti do you know what it takes to become IGP? Hwe examine ye kan ne no. Etiefo muntie ne yie. Pamna ya ken obeka se obi su koka we na kan na ne ya ne de masa enya woni yetwe yenkwa anim kra
sense mo no mrani o
yeah
wo de opa di matem
che
yan tetem na ye ne kura sabi ye titi ye wa kura ase akura ase o majari ye wonom no sabi o na me kura me sampa bo ampo ne medi sai me ma mi ni bi papa no kura na bi ni wo. But omo to me tete ya tena ye quarter ne values wa e ma wo ye nipa.
Yeah.
Na sabi obi penny mu. Wo sami majari me si ayame a ayame kwabena. Mafo. Ena manutia majari dano kra me ni umi no. Aha. Ye di agro wa ha.
Yeah.
Ena me ka bibi.
Yeah.
Oko ba
and asamba
asa kofa odame
yeah
say onim anim na me pa ochew
yeah it's true
asamo ameka wempo na ya bro na
ya good me krampo man fa ne serious mpo but wo hu say said ya kan no one kan ye
afami hu say da bi me hu ntene me na me fa ne say omra ne me pa chew
yes
say ya me na nka me kan sa asem we kire IGP a ka me kwa akobu nkotodwe na makwa akopa ne chew say asem we die manka ne ye won fa nteme adai ya free na ya duru bebi a ya duru omaya ya we ya quarter ya we ya values majari shagana ni padom bebrebe ni ya si ya say 30
yes e kwa de ya share population growth rate na is am 33 ana
you odi ya si ya 34 million mpa majari ya mududu wasan na betumi akase wedi president da
yeah
papa kofo na kansa asim wo se enipa bebrebe yi emududu wasan na betumi akase wedi president da
yeah
se jadi ya mamemu wo no enye na se me kura metumi criticize no se na memu wo no enye bibi nkoye wo betumi criticize no but insult wa wodi ma president
yeah enye
ena majari asambia oka wo min repeat
there been somebody bo me unza me person be bobo is somebody that said that can
e betumi dia bre nipa kro ne family sisi ase ya asemo a wo kan ye amankofuo bebre dwendene ho se ani ya hwanya
good one say nipa bi ka se abronya akodi atem ena eye civil matter because obi di atem a eye civil matter etiade tikra na ese ye de handcuffs egogo nsa na bi omne koto Black Maria no mom de minim de enti ano so kra wom de koto because abronya nko de Black Maria na so chen no enti ehwade de me that bi bisia me papa IGP me bisa ne se no me bisa ne sa na papa Black Maria de me madwem na me hunu se de na eso no do because mo pick up say no ana mo de fa and then the baby son.
But my journey.
But Mami Kawe.
To that extent.
Mami Kawe. What the Mami Kawe? The American say, atem didie no defamatory.
Yes.
Eti bi America so kwabena sebe na maka bibia cho sebio. Kwabena wa aboa medi watem eno na defamatory and na criminal. But what you say? Na mum at the moment obe publish false publication we say which kwadu no mede abono no kwadu no mede abono no nye civil matters o eno na be say yente ye ho ase kwadu na mede abono say waya mpa say onye ye no enye civil matter na de abo abro nye o eti say wonim kwadu na kwana kwahwe kwadu no ye de abono eti charges no mede abo abro nye no enye civil matters ani pa bi ka say na obi di atem keka na ya che no masa enya atem didie keke o Em said dia wo ka no onwunya enya atemdidie keke.
Wild allegation.
Wild allegations they can want them. It's a quite a do I want the about bronye.
Wild allegation.
That is it.
Who can some kakrakase to peniso? As someone to say, who can to peniso?
It's a one of the be establishing.
Your quarter, your values. Who penia, would you a buoni and need dear mano? Ya mokura motre and say, Yen na near Jenny, na yan now I was see so. Na sabi a whole president me who criticizing I mean no any problem. Upa criticizing fiti and opa question you. But this wild allegation insult abronye. Some me majan me se me nenwa. Kame pempenin foa.
Enya abronye nko ye ka so ye ka ye. President bia
akopa ne chawo.
Wo maka nsemu hunu e dia fa empenifo. Ubisa odami awon. Say nipa no memenya na kwa mo so kro mo pacho because sam panye no mo ka say nsem ne de fa mo ho no. Enye papa. Aya tora bia me ne odam ye tie kire oni edu go say eh tale na me tie esimesi na nsema wo mo ka fa mpenye. Do you know what it takes to become a busuya penyin in your family? Pamna? Abusuya penyin o.
Abusuya penyin poke.
Wa busuyam.
Abusuya penyin.
Anse na be kasa wo ya abusuya penyin no. Wonim no ma egom.
Na wo betu
na obi ababa ye
free wa be di president.
Be a president. Na nu nti.
Nkwala nketewa no wa so kamera.
Na obedi na tem.
Obi a nkwada nketenketen. Na wa so kamera si wo so. Na wo tapani adapa. Na wo kaseti pani. Adia inti ya quarter ni ya values no inti ya to atene he. Ya to atene he. Ya free ni ya ba bedru sei. And majani se sadie we say ya stop it. Na si ya kasi ye jama na to aso a wa ho. Emwa ye date. Emwa ye date. And asase ye ni adese no. Ya so ni ya ji wa mind free politicians in nsem because say yema omo the petty partisan politics eye wo mu niam say ya da ati hu ya da say JDM eye da ya o ta 1 year aka ne say 3 years
okay
odi wi a wakwa akotena ne baabi another president beba sa president obeba no say enne yensi sa de no ho kwan ni yama no koso to aso a omu be ye nipa kron so saa adian life ni ye and politicians ni nyina atimu for mampani na nado etiso
amafo di na tem no
who they are criticizing no
when him say ahead of 2016
criticizing no
na be hwe utietie radio live radio program na wo hwa tambi anani pebi di na na do say eh eti maybe so da me say na amafo bi tibi di atemza
ma jari bo ebi wo ha ho metumi dwene ho ase
live radio na would president na would obi opema banyi adi
say
would na dem say dey
na nado utumi tina radio so kase wakuna yire how enti ya free him fan ya ba bedru baby a yedru ade wo wa dance wo wa dance say eye wono no wakum na yire wo wa dance en ade enti na mo sabi o mo keka nsem hunu saa why
but the woman is ekoba ne say na
not nice at all
ekoba ne say na amanyokuo na saafo no is perceive so omo ye adwuma de ma omo no na amanyokuo na idin
say you omo de omo ta omo chi
and the same
thing
na amanyokuo no
the same thing and the tia mpanimfo bi any kwan say
omo and this fo a wamo kasa we ye friend say abronya kodidi atem nom ne ade no atem didi anipa bi
Edidi
nanado ne saa for no mo ka adean ene ye TV
sɛ pani bia wo bɛba bɛtena bɛnwa so yɛde nipa kora ni onyam bɛtitiri fam obia yɛse democracy no ɛkyɛ sɛ kabi na menkabi kyerɛ wadwene na me nso menkyerɛ madwene enti ɛdeɛn na saa mpanimfoɔ no de ayɛ Ghanafoɔ nti a yɛtumi de president si hɔ na yɛasopa no atanada paa NDC foɔ mo nso mo tifo ɛberɛ a na mo wɔ opposition ade a mo yɛ ya no ɛnya de pa enti na the same thing na MPP foɔ nso justify wɔ mo de no because you did the same thing champanimfoɔ ada pa saa obi bɛsi radio so fiti anopa ɛde akosi animre obedi atam saa enti ya kota ne ya value so a ya maame no de kyerɛ yɛn ya papa no ntete ya wo de ma yɛn no ɛwai
okay
ya yira ya yira
okay and I'm say adwen te sɛ mpaboa size ni nti no
bia ne de
so na kan say adwen ne te sɛ mpaboa size enti obia ntimi ne won nwen pɛ but ade enye no so de ɛwo kɔsoro ba fam
me cycle
enye papa
ɛwɔ atemdidie ho no na mesua adwuma nti me fan sɛ wo di matem a 15 years ago say ate best 20 years ago say 30 then na me cycle imagine wo nti eno de enka me court mpo na ka me set
Pablo presidential media encounter no monetize so nim say media say ba say no amane de say ma so tare ho I want to monitor
ma jari man kobi
oh there be say call them nim say wan
go invite no nti but mem no a man corner doesn't change anything because in some trefo call ye invite in some trefo ma omo call yeah enti womu nyina ye some trefo na ontumi nton san friend some trefo nyina see amra
it's impossible
because you drew one more hand ye betenentena but Majari the edikan yamma mampeni aba so ɛwɔ saa na montuo no a otu ye no ho sɛ ɛbrɛ bi bɛso no ɔbɛ friends sam kyerɛfoɔ sɛ mommra na mene munni nkita ho
yamma panifo de sɛ ɔmo ye ama panifo no nyina no
ɔmo ba ɔmo ye ni die surunku bi ɛde ma nsam kyerɛfoɔ wa ma sɛdeɛ na yehu ye ho no esi a ya beti asa pagya ya test it
but the kan so they say dey bin see that we dey say
my tell me ka asem
background now man
ya test it out ya pagya ya bo ye mu ayedu say wo mo mampani betena akonwa so no odwene nsam kyerɛfoɔ ho ɛno ye de edi kan a mɛbɔ na ba so ho
okay
nsam kyerɛfoɔ nso ye ya ade nsam a wɔde tu dwa otina na manjani bedwam kasa no na fomu begyina wo na so akasa and don siri bebre na wɔde chi no ene brofo no frɛfra etre sɛ woti ade no ase pefe yie ebona baso oyɛ ade pa oyɛ ade no
that the first
program no so wo mo sesɛ no kama womo sesɛ no kama womo ɛyɛ adeɛ nsɛm kyerɛfo ɛkɔɔ yɛn so womo yɛ adeɛ questions womo bisa na ebi a wote nkyɛn a wobɛka sɛ but wɔno so de ehia no ɛna obisa yɛ no wonya yɛ anka obisa a wasɛm ma but ɔno nso de wobɛtumi ebisa no ɛna obisa yɛ nya no ɛbɛba yɛ ne nyinaa na ɛyɛ ɛtɔ asom but Majari baby a na woka wan docket are you ready our attorney general
Also about 200 cases, 80 personalities, yeah.
Yes. Case where we are attorney general. Case where we are attorney general. San attorney general we. Attorney general we ya or we. Ah, attorney general we ya. Press conference. Attorney general. Yeah, a free, a bra ye no. Edibesi enne. Attorney General, one word to me back at you say, any man no crebi diaba, and woman judge.
Ah, okay, so I'm de ba na I'm diaba.
Oh, and so I saw more a binum diaba.
Menim say no say bi agye.
Ora no.
So say bi agye. Okay, okay, so bi agye.
This Attorney General, Majari, say one say ya. Ebekwa be ya 4 years. No one prosecute will be. At first, said the enemy Attorney General we di say, well, said the Ghana ye Attorney General we ba be ye action bi na ye hu say bibi ba be koso no. Majari Attorney General we di. Attorney General we di. Say a percentage ya. Okay. Say once ya forward the docket in wa kogu no hono mu a we receive we gu no office ne de. O de mema na 3%.
Eh.
And so waji. Once we receive docket ni nyina na wasese won office wono. Say at least once waji egu wono. It's better late than die. Waji what the egu. But and one among 20 dear a poor. Said this Attorney General we ye ya menitiani anna wadini ye juma be press conference ni enwu se bibi ba ni watiada ni wa be press conference na watiada this Attorney General we oh my Jerry Attorney General we dear Debbie Attorney General we dear men said that ni mujidie sa men ni mujidie okay say obetumi aye bibi kwa aboso me say mo ka say mo na mo kan o me die menim mo say the justice grind slowly o said justice grind slowly
Atentere na ekoboko konyenya.
Oh, ne die.
Ekonya no do.
Ne die ada.
Ah,
ne die ada. Na Attorney General be nie. Ah. No oya dan. Aduma ya de share ne nsa. Ensam a ebetoto okuro yi.
Ba kwamna person ye de.
Ah.
And then enough for mo say
yeah.
Now say
and one press conference.
Good.
Na me ane da kura ba ko a opariado. Now can say obi atumi de enkwada baby sidin. E de asese akatua humem. E de nkokrafo a womanya 80 years. Be se trend de aka ho. Enti in all no ye keka ko be 13,000 ghost names and ya sakatu ya wumem antisika enti se ya kawie enti de opariado ema ye hunu ya ne se ya sesa system no ya the system
one more best system
ya be sesa system no na ya the system for fraba but the aba be se kono a what 1,000 babies e de kwasesa ade anu no ye ja no ho
nhwehwemu ne sa na enough
na nhwehwemu na fam na obeka ye no internet sa ade no abeka kire ye no eye no kura na ase
ne kan de obetuma aba abonti aba abeka de
again ne kan ye nya tie
se no na de bia meka wa
ja kan ye nya tie 1,000 babies no ewai
etina ka ase the time omo de ba beto abonti na ka ye hu wo mo a
tu okoso wetu nwa na mo de nipa na kwagina court ama enie je say abrantie bi a well ye fa na djuma ma jere utiri nya o tike mu announce oniema waje 9600 yo aya ekoye ma no enu mpo no wa ye friend fia o se o na ketua no kra 1002 na ne ma minimum etwa so wano efe no wanya adwuma ma jari kosi se obi 50 Ghana yiraye nipa kro ko washroom ene wode ni 50 Ghana say ni phone aseto ene wo call washroom by na phone da ho 50 ni ho ene wo bisa ni 50 when we say ma jari wo hia ni sika ya last paira obi anna o
na why na better
say doso a ene ya yira but send the last 50 cedis odine bisa na pani ne te yan kwasha camera mu a sa agbo yi na 50 cedis ena wo mu yi na di we de eye firiga dochi enie camera no ene ye yi kire ne sese ona wo de nwa wakoyi 50 na wa mu ase ukotoko mu awoko no adanse enie ya tini pakro ya de press conference attorney general press conference and sabio enya say obi tan ya attorney general ya pese ya bua ne na adwuma no ye ne yie na ho keka wodi ye adwuma yi de edansuom
okay
attorney general be nie ensam bebrebe kasisi bebrebe ene de amu keka nyina nti eno wa na montu anie attorney general
all right high need 100.90 and press no media encounter or man penye ne central fusi a me patron so assessment won ne sen isem bi wo ha na wo hia se won be bisa central fo be bisa no bisa ma wa na me bisa me a ye central fo no ya de won bisa sama de se won bisa no bisa de se won bisa na won bisa ye na ye fa ni sen man penye so anu yi a o de be ba no eno a na o de ba ye no but me na me ka se sa media encounter no se be ya yempe a dedicated day they won say that way ye the media encounter
so we no twice a year beginning of the year getting to end of the year enka better omanfo ni hu
de ekoso
yema ekoso
na me kra me so me kan say 1.5 hours na me ye mo no show so kra ye say ye bo interview ni ye bo a woni baby e betim de afa me so say there should be a dedicated that way the omanpanye ne central for na central for ye benya kwan akobi na ye ne na be call lunch ye ya na ye break it na ye kɔ ne akwa didi ne asia ba betena se na nsɛm no na ye bisa omanpanye no okirem ene 100 questions kra na ne o say the man say that way the omanpanye ne central for hia enye so ne central for hia keke central for ne ye be ma omanpanye bie no ama bie ne so ama Ghana for no atom ho ase because enye da bia na ye betime ho omanpanye ne ebisa the questions what they say because we share question ba could be a ba your your friend is saying state of emergency who's a state of emergency no well and your man penny na krana I know Baba James said we stay all the powers don't stay all the powers into stay watch them all their mind into say ye nyina akra de bisa now state of emergency say no kra nyo man penye na kan yo ye honorable amagofi bu an kan anoma penye so kabe
there be mentis
mantis or position no can state of emergency
na ma jari baby a on say adoma feminine say on say the question say ko bisa no otwi
we ama me baba when him say we your friend ahwene that time na me program yen oya me radio daughter because me na me man the microphone first our live FM sabre no we newsroom na newsroom kwa na on can news yes na on can news our live FM me na me programs manager wo ho.
Bisa na wo chi.
I'm very proud because some of us so okay news oba ago oko joy ko interview me one of these days. I just said we're projecting abra program here na why dey papa
me na me northern region ho ba bia na say ho area lady bi nso
lady no ya adwuma home base a home base TV lady no tree station. It's young koya abrofo dey my name is Bibi say me ko bia twi na me kan wa ha eti me ko bia be kwa ko bi say twi na me followers no ask question na be sa na say eti no dey they do well
Bibi ni me kuro mu kasa na di first
they did well nti but and this 9 day wonder who say you do amafo so na kai anom nanado ka say no be who say Professor Mills no ye fa ko man penda da kofo kra o man penda da kofo no de sadi we sha se pa na o hia edukwa na friends simple na nye media on ne de ne ye People's Assembly yes uso no kwa de on do hia Ghana fo nyina o say Ghana fo maybe some question and the sabre na better doctor asemfoforo we film da Dr. Zemu film da eto ma penda da kofo na obi na pro no kwa de na nya sentrofo bondo say wo ye sentro ni o wo ye hwan yo brother baby that question yes People's Assemblies now not or the or rotating in zone o mention me mantem Professor Mills ba beto so but JDM say befa JDM first way no say media encounter on the one year one year ebi JDM ye bi on me
find it out
JDM dia no na SK minim say JDM be ye the first way na do so ba na do so ka so be ba na do ye mienu pe wanye bi e ma me ko mbisa on say na the media encounter na ko say oye mienu pe wanye bi na JDM asaba ono nso odi ayehye so eti ana eye ebuama ebiebie nsem bi ene so it's good okay high need 100.9 to also media encounter na call you know wadwen kire won assessment 0201162746 0201162746 ya da bokata mun sam ne de to use this yeah
Ghana Montie
right Ghana Montie so ne wo 100.9 okay etonam enu kwara mo fa ne kwe
na busiafo the Democrat abadwa so no na yede ebremu yemfa delegate Democrat na yemfa nhase emam eno ena ode omanpanyi John Dramani Mahama ode ne fonyin ababeto ase ena wode kane manpanyi abede eche Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia nso fonyin eda ha ena Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia ese NDC amanye kontumi a wo mu anya no tumi no edoso pa na sonso wai batre na tumi no a wanya no de hunhura Ghana-fo wode ponje Ghana-fo pa ne titru MPP amanyokuo no mu anipa ene ekina ne ahom wei ekina chini akofa wei ekina na wei yede wei sin yede wei pie ne wei ewuram wase tumi a NDC amanyokuo no anya no amuso ose abuse of power as a tumi no womadi ama na aboroso enti no womade tete MPP mpanyifo pa ne ya che TikTokers fo ya delegate Democrat nso ede ho amanebo ede aba na delegate Democrat anu anim ha ena wode ormonyamfo Joseph Nelson atoye mantamu soafo ena wose wode yewura nyameke blay wode ne mfonyin ababetoa ena wose MP ene regional minister no mudi abo ani o bo mudi abo nyina fa demolition exercise bia na ebe koso ne no ena wose MP no so wompene kra ema minister no enkobubu sa area mu ho nanti ehon nsem so ewa asi ya daily guard Democrat ede ho amanebo ede aba na daily guard Democrat no anim ha ene wose aposi and watching nipa and 9 na ya wo mwache no ni yom so bo a ye de bo mo ana se si a ya churo mu nyina ne se wose India ha bi ya tese eyewi bonsam tawayi ba koma tete bo no ma bo no ma ne pasa ekuokuo sa 315 ya chi wo mu ya ekura wo mu wo mu do mu fo nyina ba to na mu ha de wo makata wo mani ya daily guard democrat am so de ho amane bo e de aba na jitegfo en womani abrepa Ghana Tertiary Education Commission en womo 249 distant learning centers ni nyina so say without proper accreditation entin womo operate universities do no atete dem krabata womo atete o pa na sade ensu de abo o nko bebre no anaja womo koye o enti eno so nsem wo hase ya what Professor Ahmed Jinapo Abdullah wodi mfonyin ababeto a daily guard democrat anso ede ho amanebo ede aba na busuafo yefa daybreak ade echi bia na daybreak ene obo amane ene ode kane mampanyi abedi echi Dr. Mudbomia wodi mfonyin ababeto ase ene wo si NDC wo mu use state power no pa ede target MPP amanyoko mpanyifo ya chechecheche wo mo na anu ada ene chama wuntumi yede ne koye ena abronye DC ono so ne de atwiri mu wasi tumi no a NDC amanyoko no anya no wo mo ede target MPP mpanyifo pa ya daybreak democrat anso ede ho amane aba
yankwa amano so ye ne Solomon Owusu Dr. Solomon Owusu ye mining engineer ye ne ndin kom enra galamse wo question se de e bai pa ye media encounter mampanyin echire mu kwan ye fa so a ye de ekon ede etia ne kasa mu no kura na speech o man no kasa na ban MOBA license teje na onkonko ye mining ene emunsem na yankwa ne ne Dr. Solomon Owusu ene ho komo dog ya mwache
Yenya
epomu ti say
otum for that dia boko
yes you the nyakopan say enra wona me wofa ebetra na I was supposed to be here na besa academy shi apa na so kwamukafo to mama na wo so utum ye dia dimensia but next I believe so we buy be share it I hope say bibia come
nyame ado
yeah nyame ase enra galamse questions APA media encounter mu omampanya no yie badansa na no kra no the speech o man ansa na questions de ba no kasa o mu se na ban anamo mu tu dia kwatia illegal mining license o kasa wo mo farmer se obi nkonkwo tu mining se ye kwaye mu anasa de anu yie omampanya de ma ye no mepacho epevu we se ye ko okopa bi ana
yo me da very power so extra what you for the phone ya the more phone what I say president Asia based on briefing away from the minister and I'm because president on into briefing on no the appeal no the threat of money etin that briefing no eye no fe ana se enye no e ho no fe Ghana fo na who den sama president ni ya ni na general de chwa so o bosa me ase etin me de obuai no me de antoma fu obi samia antoma fu because o wa ye for bon enye sa and I am president for the
it's not just anu you know but on reality no kuremu no can I'm say fight and yes I net here but I say I na man yourself near the yentin yen paint picture no well
no fe okay among yourself muntina in paint picture no well ditum if you say Mr. Jerry obesha approach previous government no AUT no the same approach na abanye ba AUT emphasphobia maya emphasphobia so emba eti So be abeye again wafebi. Not also the same thing. How do you expect different results? So just how do you expect different results? It's what Vanguard a buyer the buyer. Now 9 months we move to area bar. This are also different than them. C'est different anymore. Maybe say operation Vanguard and the results be by a solve problem. So for what again a second 9 months need to all my and also at the results. Where you people come from? Can we do something different? Yes. Are there technologies out there to address the menace associated with the small scale mining missions? Yes, there are technologies. Are people ready to listen, adopt, and implement to save the country? No. It will be done here.
Now, share the state of emergency and New York man penye say we haven't exhausted avenues say yedekutia illegal mining. No, the state of emergency there it should be a last resort. But say yebeka ya currently the Lands and Natural Resources Minister. Ekoka science me. It say
yo me buy a ago. Interviews are granted from Radio Pool, Meet FM, OK FM, and all those army people, and then it's Saturday, you know, I sent a and they say everything from previous government, any current government, everything solution will be on Pampana minus the passport. Intention center in Emma. Also, I'm not present time. We didn't say, President, I say, a papa now, a bit more, only young from the bois. Or that me bois, a friend. I don't say, in some message, until a papa, which it is there, maybe America gold you Meguma be a gold mine Meguma. Oh just and America gold the whole world. America produce number 5. Ghana produce number 4. You two gold for America. It's in Ghana. And a year then America you two gold Ghana. You to down. Now you the say you because you say ni America the best with the Magana. Yes. Obi I am not being obedient no. That is our problem.
It's not just say what share in Sunsuansua. It is say you who say ye condiatia illegal mining and my said ye no.
David Undro I say emphasis committee. Near for Keku. No one a small road no can of Panko Road, Mona, when you press nothing. Sana yet. They say, when they say, yes, 9 months, you what now finding way up and yes, the same thing as the 4 year out of number. Why should we be the same thing? Our son was will be a better. Many are in some honor,
Yo, na major cry excavators are your man penya chile muse wamugusua wamo track excavators yede bomb memono ne ade ebeboa
bino ebeboa so betumi aye ni die dia ebetumi aboa but the here na be solve problem.
Say at the end the solve problem.
Many a problem in the fair. Also Ghana no generalizing in nine galamsey. By a warm more lines for your lines small scale miners. I am Ramadan and India point say bro 18 what do you da ho one dia put we project license e dey ye edu e wo ho I di ma project license om dey any wo mo mini license almost be the same work I for that I'm saying akwa obi na orepe no no license na any aha so the reference driver obi a driver but project license or driver and after the license you now obi so agi license or driver the difference na say obi a legitimate and obi illegitimate name on driving no so nipa only license onimka kapala who the difference between the online and the on to say police need that you know what happening the license will be meboa sana kala abai omo license no omo license no obia say you sense into ka say wo omo license nko what about omo license so omo sense atom into solution no f na ma membo ne papa so far it's a 3 stages. 1 adwuma no omo ye instona omo use for site ho no a omo dey watch agane wi na aye me Christian na ni agbe na aye no. How can we control it on site? Treat it on site. Na embrace to the natural form. Ebi 100%, 80-90% in part. And fana ye discharge after stream to him, Emma stream to him to Edia for rivers him. And here 1. 2, rivers Nankata. Embrace Obian to mining, drink mining 100 meters from the river. To mine, you better me a clear one. Yes, ye clear one. Can we clean the water body? Yes, technology. Ye can we monitor the water body? Yes, technology. And here number 2. Number 3, as a friend said, your friend will be concurrent reclamation. Already, small scale miners make guarantee. Bebrena and yet detailed exploration to define the ore before they mine. It's your papa malam for country now of course be the economic no also gold about in creating this will too. That's a way not gold na open na we jam na for no. So I'm not on that one. Can we do concurrent reclamation to make sure say at the on the catastrophe reclamation come? Yes, it reach me again. Meaning the minus no air your wakɔgye ne license ɔyɛ ne kuma abra asase no ofuntum mu a ɔsan so beclaim ne nso Ghana fo nke nsuo n'ani asia man na bebree na wakada wɔ Ghana. So now you understand where I'm coming from. The militant approach to solving the guarantee wayera I don't know how much
because yeah can nsuo n'ani nte
nsuo n'ani nte into oh say president and all person na someone be kubia but obetin some and I might be kubia to be dreaming some more make some na abana to you and said the America a football donate or something for the same thing as America.
Na yeah can na analysis economy metie no na one more chance a president to say golden cry to be free galam say yes in ho. So multimedia join news for normal analysis says as a president kan nti na bia galam say kono yenteme nkona na what be bisa
me tina on president or honest person.
Yeah.
Yes, enter me president Mahama or ye honest oji tu mu say go board no go no free galam say for us.
Yeah.
Now, that, but the most interesting aspect of the whole thing is, Matisse president didn't say, Papa be eba, and must have problems in the resolve. And a penny, we now this to become from school and okay. What's a Obia for what? Obia, what you have Now we'll find a solution to it. That's the most important thing. 8 years of
okay. Enti ya kwa ye nemu ene wo hwe operations a ekoso ewo illegal mining sites a results a ye hwehwe no ye hu ye said ya umpo wuken ebe ye be ne de sabiri because ye kan ye say yate ada operations ekoso results nso a ye hwehwe no ye nyae so current operations ye ne de
men himself open so state of emergency by men himself no be saying pass
not necessarily so but the modifications are ebi ete say yedebo operations in mo any approach say yedema
so technology make technology me strategy over a bit and no support more ansana odiaye omo ye no now we maintain now we test it now we implement it now we test it until say ubewie so that it is a Ghana for so many years not say president in China back now within some months testing no because technology will be a huge more aspect over in the process of operations, no, now a few months, almost a start here then. But technology. That's why I don't support the bank. But me to say, so far we do 8 months, we do things. So I find for. And I buy you say, young for the right, young start this at can't be a cat 8 months. Kagana what and she said, so make us a ban with the onion. Procrastination, we will do responsible mind, we will do responsible mind. Then so many responsible mind, and but they be able to be can. I don't get it. You know, in the Western world, we don't waste time. Jeremy, you say what you can about believe we don't waste time. But I have Obibe will sit time on Namu, never in the suppress in Toby open Tinas or Power. This now, for the man, a cloud people tell me, not a point a right to be done. My brother, my name is
Joe. What's your dad say, and I don't pay, so when you didn't come on.
Thank you so much. All right.
Jenny Dr. Solomon Owusu or your mining engineer on any didn't come on. Etianra media encounter. Eye galamse mo questions sa eba ye ne anu yi o mampanyen de maaye no. E na ye ne no edi ho komo yi. Eti won so ohwa approach o mampanyen say ye be excavators trackers ye de bebo ho. Na ohwe avenues o ka say yen exhaust all avenues. And for that matter, a gold state of emergency no ye nya nuru ho ani chiremu a ode maye no so eto se 0201162746 0201162746
Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie
Mami akoso eto na mo ha amasa cha me kwabra mafo so ha Bobby?
Yes, sir.
Young anyway.
Abusiafo, a Democrat Ghanaian biodiversity destruction. Yase afibia sika yefsere. Aya $520 million US. Enti yenche na yensi anokwan. Economy no yase a expand etrese muebie. Emuebie cost 6.3%. Q2 2025. Afe ICU Yera Morgan Ayamin General Secretary and what I say SOEs no Umuhia abaye emoa Umuhia abaye moa and no dear no crapa SOEs no omuhia aban moa asese aban etwa nani na ode kwohwe wonum so anse duru baabi a na wonum ho ekire wonum ankasa enti munta wani na monfa nkose wonum nso ai na John so onipa ne ba yasela tabi akose efie bi eja tom na eja no eto wonum no adampon be se enwoche na ase ne nyina warehouse bi nso a ewo ho eno nso ase dwerebe ne nyina ewo latabi akose wo mu tu ya fo se yɛnhwɛ yɛn ho yie ɛwɔ agya hyehyɛ ho catch them young reading class catch them young and they shall be yours forever wɔn mu sɛ nkwadaa no sɛ yɛte wɔn mu ntɛm na yɛma reading who is the fastest reading first pa yɛ school mpo na ho a na etumi reading ntɛm Sabu de no wo kase yenye reading obeye reading sisi a what the book no she stated that by empowering and Theophilus amuzu no ma jane na tuo nim reading papa hey wo betumi read from A to Z a o mo breaking book no na ni yenim se onim ade pa
na we
ka ready a me ma me nsa so mpo me teba no ho din about enne onim se reading no etume bo ano amende oye one of the best taxi drivers here or one cry
aye hwan tuo
oh yeah I will say reading no eboa no ama enne se wo pe taxi drivers here omuye one of the best one cry ha eyetuo ena anokra ne car ne sesi baby ya UTV for van na na sie no
atuo car be sesi ya
ne car be sesi ya na car no anso nyame anim no kure ni na ache but because of reading intim agere babia o pese wo ko bi odo beko
okay
wonim babia won kran ha
okay
sasa board no
otumi kenkan
enim say direction way
nyeko ha na seko mama go ama no somre Michael Kwadwo Pepra or your president concerned Small Scale Miners Association. Michael Mache. Michael to me come Mache.
Many are Joseph Roni.
Bibi aboko there.
Yeah, Dumne Emunobo.
Okay, Mamajo general overview. Omanpanyi media encounter edi kan eye ne current dispensation bebacho assessment.
I think Omanpanyi was honest in terms some of kind in Yano was asema na correct. One the issue is that what we saw as an association is he was honest with you kind is the approach in fighting illegal mining. From the past 8 years, you know, be the dance here, to the canopra in a galamsey, no, so take a holding power, and I say, no more yet, and I say, compound the issue. From the last 8 years, and in Nevekaya forest are seven in an OSEI protected. The more concessions are. The first time I said over 20 forest reserves, the demand for I be more mining Lisa. We be na room ya paye no be na este inyina be dia dancing be kanukra 8 years etwemu na ya kwaye ne se ne pa nti se omanpe can't no my university say look on to me for 8 months and solve issues are ya company no decade yemu nkaka na you to me I resolve ya I think say e one no kind any there you support it na you for so and that is a true leader na some more kind any to do because if you use years decades they are creating problem you need to take your time and understand the problem. That's how to be a resolve the problem. Then baby you cannot do the same thing every day and expect a different result. Every day we've used emotions in trying to solve the problem of galamsey. And you know one approach you use every time that is using the military or using the brute force. Who use what? Issue not to be resolved until you come back to be faced with the same challenge. We shouldn't also understand that our president has been a president before. And using the brute force, or you should be. So he understands the reality by using the brute force. Now, he is using another way of trying to resolve the issue, one engagement, which is very key. You know, sometimes it can't send me brain how this issue are going on. Can you imagine, say, over various towns now, Galamsey Kosopara. Accra now bet say, you can't and use you say, and I say, and I make you come and go forward those towns, and Omunians you know. But, to say, Sa Crona Yaka or Massam Nonso. Omum and the Nama Omukas Omuns you say, and Omunsa say. When you go to these towns, they are quiet. And it seems they embrace what is happening in those towns. So it means there's a missing link. In Tina, I think that the approach now, His Excellency, we as small scale miners, I think it's laudable in a sense that he says it will get to a time the minister will come to the small scale miners or to the communities to find out the real issue at hand. Because if I assume, or no one can Nipa means you say, on poison, or no, on marbon, they are the same people who are even shielding this. It means that most times we take approach that mostly might not be the solution for the problem. And I think President now we have seen that at least this time around, a Konya Yebefaso to resolve this mining or galamsey issue. This is the best way. He said it and he said very soon, at least people will be trained in Australia or people will be taken to Australia for them to understand how Australia 4 years small scale mining or most insurance assets. So this is a visionary leader. As a matter of fact, the work and out there come as well. Quite first one, with me resolving this issue at the beginning we face as a country.
Enti Michael, se meto ase ye na me ne metiefo be follow dia okan a. Enra ensema Ghana man panyin e kan ye fa the fight against illegal mining no a headway. E yade a ebeboa me yetimi yakose ye se ye ya ye ne ya.
Look, people are what's the name, importing excavators.
Yes.
Excavator nya de bonnet. We use excavator in mining, construction, patrolling. Excavator, if we use human people, even farming, we need an excavator because creating of dams and other things. And okay, fine. We are not against the importation of excavator. Name classify and give us proper information on what you want to use your excavator for. It's okay. So we miner, go with your license. And the channel license, we don't have a problem. Because in Brazilian way, still be very important excavator. Uko, that's a would you now in a construction. Just go. We are going to track the excavators. A tracker can easily shut down an excavator that is working. And you say, what's what they call it construction? Now, geologically, you say they are a mining zone, we can easily shut it down. And you cannot do anything on the excavator. So this is using technology in fighting it. Indirectly, no. Obi or the excavator about doesn't mean it's a panel or your man boy. No. Some are even bringing it down here to resale. But first, remember, we had nothing like that. Excavator, no power is on room register. So now they want to get details of every excavator that comes in. And it's very laudable. When you go to other countries, these are what happens over there. And I know some before make us in the I'm saying that look, it's previous government, I'm saying or I don't think that the owners rely on our president and Rebecca Francis. And Kabana can resolve where we are if you can be before. Indeed, let's give the president the benefit of the doubt and give him the utmost support. Now, because one, the law does not frown on small scale mining. The law permits the gun in here because so small scale mining, our president never says, oh no, he's against small scale mining. But what yes, small scale mining here, president in say a quiet one, a best say you best say, and then the I said, it's a make sure they be protected. And that is what exactly he said. And whatever he says, we are in support and we will support the president said.
Yeah, can Obi Beka said KPIs. And I'm why you to be honest, it to me as soon as they say so you ninte. Banaka ye expect to say we share our keka a bra president and na pam for a war position. Simply be on kind so mobile bemon and ya no you. And written amount for the measuring tool. A day one time at the bomb and penny.
As a matter of fact, I buy a airborne home model. Lands and Natural Resource Minister or born home model. Oko maybe it is like urban rona blue water gas for me. I have seen some of the works they are doing. But in the natural state, it will take some time. In means just an overnight. These are things we should all understand. Say, look, when it's getting to rainy season, in a sense, in Junita, a washi, if you know, a water at all the man, tributaries of insulin, a wash into back to the river. These are things in an ebedi one dance. I think Atikaka, yes, the Yamin so bad, a pay. Menuka say, yeah, as an association, you have a tax force. Menuka say, yes, we have 4 rounds. And go from way to we are trying to get them out. And since you the empire was as time goes on, of any intimate. Now, and Timpona, at least, the stability rate, at least it will be improving. That is how we use in measuring, say, are they not a year successful, and I say 10 years successful. And two, then you never give one dance here. Your mind with before election, we know what happened and transpired under the previous government. It is one there. The previous government in the year, and then advice they more here. I don't think that by this time, I think there is a measurement being 8 months in the government. And I say this. At least one thing they have been able to do, and they say, abide by or ma forest license. Under the previous government, the forest, the Kapu National Park, I the Mobiso put from a good day. I do, baby, me no meaning on a crown once a man's and the panel. Or no stop your minerals commission when I mean one and son of Mucha. But abide by we can all attest to the fact that the mining in the forest reserve has reduced drastically. At least we're achieving 98% of mining in the forest from barring people from mining in the forest. That one we can put our head on the chopping board. Say small scale miners. At least we have first-hand information on issue that borders in people who are mining in the forest. When you can say aka 1 or 2 mpophobia and no maybe obesha no people will not know. But gradually yet if you want some mpophobia they've been taken out. So we can easily say and confirm that the various forest reserves now are cut off from illegal mining. And that is a plus. I want to at least you can't more man pay. Secondly, more BR license mining lease so on forest reserves as we speak now to go and mine in the forest reserve. And I want to say more man pay. Not under the previous government. Forest reserves, even at the motor forest by a ton demand. So I wanted the man pay in correct. Or buy at least is made sure say and normally you see before you make sure that it will not continue. And that is what visionary and good leader said. And all these things are said be echoes. That good ruler of man paying any for being a miner, being the president of small scale miners, and being a citizen of this country. I think that good rule has increased.
Ayana in 70 bioha, which to say typical mining site, being it legal or illegal. Some blue water guards na worker say womo boy adwuma womo ko wa because yanoma ya visit typical maybe illegal mining site enye easy. Eti blue water guards for the no mo be ya ebetimi aboa bibi.
No, maybe the truth of the matter is if you visited like various Kalamse area or a site, you're more illegal mining. And say maybe you will be because of vigilance, you know it from a good day. Don't know who grow Johnny. And now in their head, they know say the Kophobia bar almost a better kick and not better. So in the way you don't pay no what's no you might probably be because of the real China as a so we have been able to take that panic in here in their head. Unlike before I never be saying anyhow. Secondly, is totally and mandated assignment. People on the water bodies. One, sometimes they serve as whistleblower. Serve as whistleblower. Two, some of them are been trained. But some so they are able to go there when they leave and they destroy their equipment. So indirectly, you might see that your money is insignificant. But gradually, you never hold you must have your money. The only thing we need to do to them is we need to encourage them. Maybe they also more at least a mind being sure say at least they will be handled well. Send you later in link for this case. But as the way they have started now I can boldly say and confirm say omojuma no mo no fa so e ba so o akra wu but yenuma say be what the various communities we see the work they do day in and day out.
All right, na ya na nsem bi want to say they now can mercury ne other chemicals o mo use ya say wo nsuo yi mo ya na mo de akogu nsuo yi mo so ade no kra no say mo wash ya enya mercury na mo de wash yo mo wi ansa na mo de mercury no mo de akọ baabi a mo bebom wo ho no mo de akọ na mo de akọ
why am I in dana
sembe di echire yes echire ni amedi mani di echire so enso beje ni aka na yesi akọ ogu nso mem say no so ye met bi ansem bi wa ye ka enye the truth
enye ne preba ko
yeah
na most times say come in and say me ka galamsi asema ye do ma ye wo ho na say ye nyina ya post ni bi o but you want your professor bi or no bi o ti bi a mining site from for order no o we did from book o bi di na adua atro na o de no ka that bank for ehunran profo almost say na make gunsium ɛna den ɛna ne nyinaa no ɛnyɛ ne korɛ in the sense American no block and a boy den. It is very expensive.
Very expensive because we share to say special ice bottle kitway ne half no about 20-25,000.
Bro sample. Uti. Now one on about to say special ice 25,000 dear for them. We start special ice now working. Which means to be 1 year.
Yeah.
Just for the refinery. Or refinery, yeah. And no, when it comes to the good aspect now, we are the Janesseno into a core escrow and consume.
Yeah.
But the prophet says, and so I want to me for a proof. And I saw my proof, as I see the make you was what, or my son, any be diabetes for. But the only thing is that make you
and you know, I'm say a man was some mining sites and on and could have been on say any idea. But and the Yanocre, and Yanocre, says them the Yanocre.
In a sense, me, Martina UK and the United Kingdom mining anyhow. The only mining they do, that river Thames na London, and as I issue na. Omodi boat is mono. Almost say 2 1 here. EDCC die and omodi renovation in the country. And omukra no river na ona omoya brogo in their river they even mine sand. Now, ukoha you won't be a from more special children. They are a from autistic. That probably they have some funny way of, living and doing their own things. A super move before more for the woman in your Ghana, India, it will be that and Grano but I know a rare cases. But Ghana no go for professor be or no nim she or person relevant. No I can and perform more and maybe move or more wire for because of mining. Say the Ghana those times are not polio etching for no. No mining not a good thing. But and then I mining over and Quebec so polio cry is a year of mining. The people want to give the dog a bad name and hang it. And it's good that now, no, they say more professional, more journalism, no, to be fair, may explain. But before no body and come, hey, I'm a professor and one way live on, who knew she know about control, no, I can't go for boy in Zimmerman, then people will buy into that idea. They say, Ukoman, so fine, in real cases, they be work or a deformity. But deformity has been in existence in everywhere in this country. Who call Germany, who call US, but they don't put the and also. People will say, and these are things that Tabi Accra high in your mind. It's because so much say you want Caribbean Akuma and me Juma Crani Dana. Nakra your mind in Wahara. So these are things sometimes people just say to create panic and fear. Meaning a mind and yadibonio. Without mining, we cannot survive as humans. Because the ABR is as a result of mining. Because of mining. Phone because of mining. The only proper wire, something better ring because of mining. Even yes, you cry to special ice you drill. Because of mining. If the nipple cannot exist without mining. And the Ghana Hano, Seven Juma and not a war one son of farming neighbor, nay mining. Yes, and none not those times in Mofuni buy it was because of mining trade nana or mobile and find any slave trade credit. Ever. And we need to understand that their culture no is mining. What can we do to make sure say there are any having a bit to me easier for you? And that is where we lack the knowledge as a country. ye ka galamsey asem aban foforo no utwe oba okoye no waye nyoma bibira se bi amboaye being minors and being a citizen as a country you know say the nipa person o tu fun egudie untumi stop sa nipa no because woman krata obetu man kranta obetu for a person to be able to acquire $180,000 and buy an excavator. That person won't be make a chance to if you mind him alternative livelihood project. And no, ABI a man to be man by 1,000 cities. Na Sanipan. Remember, no one to mean good so. Now one can't say commonly or more. So what do? Say, in time a problem. Let's decentralize the way or the acquisition of license. Simple as that. Nipa oye galamsey. The methodology no. Any nipa oye galamsey methodology the same. Last scale mining or methodology no nipa oye galamsey the same. Mining acquire is a way you be operation. Say nipa no na kuma na yen ya na ni kidney. What do? We're pining him. That is a form of distraction. Upani yemi ewi the enye no we film the assay no o correct here upam wia nipa no sorry nante. And that is how mining is done. Every form of mining comes with distraction. Even it's a form of mining because clear na ya di ya you no ye tu ya say asase but wo ye ni ye na wo wie na wo katastuwa. And that word also in a sustainable way of mining. And no, you mine and you make sure that in Chimano you not leave a problem for them. And here as a country, we shouldn't be seen as fighting mining, but what we need to do is we create sustainable way so that people can mine and mine well. And responsible way of mining also the idea and what the airport. Say Ghana for you so betu for me goodie. Then for me goodie they betu they develop the country. But they should mine in a sustainable and responsible way. And no. They say how DBA ya wa. Ye make sure say emebu no. Omo bi so mutu no. Ye hwe kwanya betu me di omu nyina faso. And say omu tu omu for me goodie na say be intriban so no ba. Omo make so even though omo develop produce. Nemum at least musumu ye no mo kata so ye. And funny enough we now we claim we in the next few decades the same gold now to yen a better aba. Now I say to you, what's to you? These are things that we need to understand as a country. Say, look, the okaze ye better gold so nyankopon asaba ne second coming. Obakwe bi Ghana ni bi ni obekwa heaven. In the sense in God's own wisdom. On himself do baby no, amoche bebe wi ase nyina. And what okuta natural resource papa no and then the baby no wo and I'll be to me a control one kasa vicinity and our community into no gold ne silver ne lithium na Ghana wono again yankopo de be share was say ne mebunu and I say ne country be die na de wo mu ni say yensuo ne ensase na say bibi na fa boni nsutu no. And I also you can do more before. So, I said, Nipa no two cannot cataswa and a problem in you. Until these are the things that also they are doing a coso. Now, I bind the BBA about say, you have a friend of responsible cooperative mining. And only it's mostly for the illegal mining, in the sense that Obi Oha no catch your son back and Kojin Kata. O say Caribbean Soba. So I bind so okay, he's going to them, register them, where register and you know a phone number crowd to me for BBA. You can be tracked wherever you are in this country. If you country, you can still be tracked. Now, omo ye na ye ni omo say is only that. Ya register omo in cooperative. If you say aha, ye the ama ebia Kwame and Akusua cooperative mining. Ye ba na mo to amana na mun kata as well. And you have in a bunch of obobo. Wherever you are, no, you be monitored and you make sure say you do the right thing. And these are visionary leadership skills are in when we go to other countries, they come and pick the small scale mining ideas from here. No more pollution. I didn't know no more other countries. They coach no no. Ye mum na se be here. You know, when we have leaders who are honest, And then so people be doing TV so akasa, I'll put my chair on the line. I'll put my presidency on the line. Meanwhile, no, on one actually faculty fine so sign lines in the man for our forest reserves. No, we have in a union leader be or no the wakano. From what he has started, no, I think we can easily make better progress. Now, say be good news say we have no Ghana so in your capacity. Look, what government has done, yeah, boy, and once again is good board. Next, Puma, China for Indians, Lebanese for, and no control the gold, Edemai. Who go to Dubai this year, they will tell you 60% of gold in Dubai comes from Ghana. Meanwhile, Snap Bank of Ghana, gold no need by on the vote. And I buy so okay, fine. Then, for better a gold, you know, mess more than a year, I am a Ghana for and to me, I buy make up a beside the other. They will be a firm on a neighbor. Umbra gold board no metal good no fanko. If the person means genuity. And gradually no gold board so aba. Me no kase be na tia say ne omoto gold free gold board. Me no kase ne foreigners na no mo control ye market na. Sebe omu wi $1 no problem fan ba ma aban ho nto no. And now me no kase sa no money na true gold board. Sebe it mutual. And I can speak boldly say and now we know the export of gold from Ghana. First, now large scale companies in the Yemro for no. No produce maybe 60%. And now we know now small scale miners are pass large scale companies no. And now we know the small scale miners for an export of gold more than the large scale miners. So it's a visionary leader. And I say visionary decisions are buying the buyer. See what we do is that the end, you know. Who can be fast wa sebe yin na ebeboa but the ye no yembo mo abaso na yembo aban so abaso.
Okay, me no wie na dia ba ko na o kan say land reclamation no se mokra mo genuinely mutu mine se man reclaim a enim go ase ne ba mumudi ne yebo because obi anu a oye illegal oye legal miner like small scale miner na amana ebukum wo mo eye korikori fuyi mo matu amanande agu ho no a man kata so na korikori fuo na ba bigurem etu omu ko rama amanande bugu am so pese mo ye illegal mining esu e bia na eye small scale miner genuinely oye na adwuma na o decide so on reclaim etia sa de no ese mo twa ne yie because amanande bukum a na mamudin no ho abafi woni me ya adwen
Media na we mu nyina akote do he o times we dey tensa minus ni omo ye ga
aha sa pepe yeah say you dumachi
we are suspect I think that ideally no it is very true if the cooperative comes sa politically for nyina no for no baby o ye adwuma and a baby why designate the amount. That bed in a bed soon. And no, so bed. So what we are saying is that Abayan for the name was responsible cooperative before Abayan be the community mining by the community mining was a political tool in a sense that now anka community nanka because of mumundina monyeno they were launching it for people who were not even from the community. And mind you, they launched it for politicians. Obi oba no view na ya equalance the amount the community national or no new mining or the China for. So ideally the community mining no you share na China for na community mining, which we can attest and is the truth. Now cooperative you start by engaging the communities. More problem is more challenges is politically for more shootings more. Into all these people, you bring them together. Okay, fine. The methodology is good in November. Second, what do we need to do after say more year we need to there's a mining engineer. Obi from the district is there every day. Be on monitor say one. Once you na more use on enco points you pay more creative dance and more. So they work in a responsible way. And no, nipa no you say this is where we get a daily bread. I had no be a mehana day. So no on sorry nkwane nam enyi ye they also ye bia and say bibia nko. You have registered, they have their details. It's in a no to be boa. Emma sa poli for ya obey what you marry no almost be acquisition near bugu almost in it means the areas of person. It's I think say these are things we all need to understand. And also I would need mine now at least Ukraine would say nyom be no. You know at least applaud muna say at least now no your journalists for almost take mine and I say even people are giving out fake information that this is not how it is. Meaning, if we don't give mining a bad name, irrespective of the air cost, the man from whom say, a former good year, you ain't been fine, Jose, in Mebuno, and I Ghana for 1 kilo. Menuka, they are gold board buyer and the dollar accord down. Businessmen or more Macola or no own him that I'm saying area, he has benefited from the gold I am mining. But the only thing is, at least the engine is no best I see the engine, but the no encourage now buying to no investment also the share small scale mining moon. It means look, yet Bruni I to form a good year over 300 to 500 years. Uko tapa fine, it is saying. Uko boasa or boasa fine, it is saying. Now Aban was getting less than even 3%. No, two uniform good anywhere, not the call. Mind you, sir, for my good year to now, it comes with distraction. They manage the way, but on the distractions, or no, so I know, on to me and cover. Because on what put to us as an asset and or the other. What I say, and if you move by open pit and on a lot of chemicals, there are chemicals in our Ghana, 7 air you stream. This type of mining in England is creating havoc. But the only thing is, we are. Now, because I buy or 3%. You board know or Ghana. Now, saying a true gold board, Yaka say, yeah, now gold board, Yaka say, okay, better a fraction or a percentage of form gold. And yes, I'm putting common gold in common Santon. Mendo say it me, small scale mining. Then you are buying so much, maybe you have moved to medium scale mining. In the next 20 years, we will say all the mines or big mines in the country will be owned by Ghanaians. And that is a policy also you follow. Say the government should have like 20 years mining policy on the ways young resources no Ghana for the big money. To me, yes, I deal with now buying so you're saying at least it will get to a time as small scale miners will be on the stock exchange. Now people will be investing. Now we move to medium, then later we move to large scale. Then Ibrahim Muhammad Kufoni Bibre or Ghana. And that is how come South Africa have been able to do it. And now I can say a lot of millionaires, billionaires, South Africans are more blacks.
Okay. Michael Kwadwo Pepra, President, National Concerned Small Scale Miners Association. Yeah, that's Yanopay.
That's Nyamisha before.
Nyamisha, so you be come out. Why? Okay. Yeah, that's Yana Michael Kwadwo Pepra and Yaneno Kasai. It's Yanra. Omampanye media encounter no. Your focus on pay and the fight against illegal mining. Na move back home. And I get the home.
Thank you very much. And let me say a warm welcome to all you members of the media, very distinguished gentlemen and ladies. Let me just acknowledge my president, the president of the GJA, and all of you who are here. Fellow countrymen and women, I pledge to be transparent and accountable to the people of Ghana and to keep them abreast with the state of affairs at every juncture in my term of office. I'm pleased to have the opportunity through this media encounter to address the good people of Ghana through you and answer any questions that may be on the public's mind. It's been 8 months since I was sworn into office, and 9 months since you, the people of Ghana, went to the polls and gave me a clear, resounding mandate to lead our country into a new era. Beyond affirming your confidence in the policies and programs we proposed, it was a national reawakening. That December 7th vote was a call not just for leadership, but for a change of direction, for honesty, for accountability, and for a reset. It was for a different kind of governance, one that listens and one that acts, and one that cares. And so on January 7, 2025, when I took the oath of office, I did so with full awareness of the weight of that moment. I knew we had inherited a nation that was tired of excuses by the political elite, weighed down by hardship and yearning for leadership that does not just promise, but performs. For the past 8 months, we've demonstrated that we're not here to continue business as usual. We're here to reset Ghana, to restore the soul of our nation, to revive its economy, reignite the spirit of hope and possibility in every Ghanaian. Through our prudent and people-centered economic management plan, we've slashed nuisance taxes, we've rescued our power sector, and averted the doomsday crisis. The exchange rate, eased the burden of doing business, and reduced the cost of living for the average Ghanaian. Inflation has dropped to a record 4-year low, signaling renewed macroeconomic stability. We've made the highest allocation to basic education in nearly half a decade. In health, much-needed funds have been released to fund the health insurance scheme. Medical supplies are flowing steadily. Community health delivery is being prioritized, and the Ghana Medical Trust Fund was launched to help Ghanaians bear the cost of treating chronic diseases. Only yesterday, I approved the governing board of the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, which the Honorable Minister of Health will soon inaugurate. Our renewed focus on agriculture, particularly through youth-targeted interventions, irrigation expansion, and the revitalization of the Land and Farm Bank project, is positioning Ghana to be food secure and export competitive. We've also laid the groundwork for a digital Ghana through strategic investments in science and technology and innovation through the 1 Million Coders program. These strides are not isolated. They are part of a clear, deliberate national reset that is restoring hope, creating opportunity, and ushering in an era of shared prosperity for all. My comrades, the education sector remains central to our reset agenda, as we firmly believe that the future of our country hinges on an empowered, knowledgeable, and skilled population. And so 3 months ago, I launched the no-fee stress policy, refunding fees to 120,000 first-year students in public tertiary institutions in Ghana. It signaled a decisive break from the painful era when dreams of brilliant but vulnerable young Ghanaians were cut short simply because they could not afford to pay fees, especially at that critical period of admission where they either pay or lose the chance at further education. We're not stopping there. The no-fee stress policy is intrinsically linked to our broader student loan plus policy, which will ensure that no student is left behind in subsequent years of study. Under this policy, students from low-income households will have access to flexible and dignified financing options to complete their tertiary education without the burden of unbearable debt or financial uncertainty.
Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie.
The implementation of the free tertiary education policy for persons with disability has commenced, removing a key barrier to higher learning and affirming our belief that education must be a right and not a privilege for every Ghanaian, regardless of their physical ability. To give life to our commitment to foster a knowledge-based economy, we've established the Ghana National Research Fund with an initial allocation of 50 million cedis. This is a step towards deepening research and innovation across all sectors: science, technology, humanities, and the arts. For far too long, much of the research conducted by our brilliant academics has been funded by foreign institutions, with the unfortunate outcome that the intellectual property and findings are often owned abroad. With this fund, we'll slowly but certainly reverse that narrative by empowering our own researchers and ensuring that Ghana owns the knowledge and innovations produced by its intellectuals. As part of our commitment to research excellence, we offer full scholarships annually to 5 PhD candidates at every university in Ghana. By investing in our thinkers, we're investing in our future and asserting our intellectual sovereignty. In furtherance of our commitments to inclusion and dignity, we have distributed over 6 million sanitary pads to our girl children in primary and secondary schools to keep them in school and help them end period poverty. Contrary to the widespread misinformation that was circulated before December 7, 2024, the free SHS policy has not only been maintained, indeed it has been strengthened. We've made the highest budgetary allocation in the history of the policy, as at now. A staggering 3.5 billion Ghana cedis has been dedicated to the free SHS. We understand that access without quality is inadequate, and that's why we're implementing the decentralization of feeding policy to allow the management of schools to make their own feeding arrangements to provide students with quality meals. Our commitment to foundational learning is equally strong. Basic education has received its highest budget allocation in almost a decade, reflecting our determination to rebuild the educational ladder from the ground up, with 564.6 million allocated so far for textbooks. We're addressing long-standing challenges in the system, particularly those caused by the reduced funding of the recent past. Fellow countrymen and women, we've also turned our attention with equal urgency to the health and well-being of our people. In 2025 alone, the national health budget increased by 13.4%, rising from 15.6 billion Ghana cedis to 17.8 billion cedis, one of the most significant increases in recent years. This bold step reflects our recognition of the urgent need to strengthen Ghana's healthcare system in the face of both domestic demands and global health risks. We've uncapped the NHIL and made 66% increase in funding to the National Health Insurance Scheme from 5.9 billion Ghana cedis to 9.8 billion Ghana cedis in 2025. This is not just a budget line, it's a life-saving commitment. These funds will help expand coverage, improve claims processing, and ensure that every Ghanaian, especially the poor and vulnerable, has access to affordable quality health care. The sudden withdrawal of $156 million in US aid health support, which previously sustained critical programs in malaria, HIV and AIDS, and child health, presented a serious fiscal and public health challenge. In response, we have readjusted our domestic expenditure priorities and ensured that the domestic safety nets are provided to cover the gap that occurred. To further bridge access gaps and enhance service delivery, government is investing over 2 billion Ghana cedis in healthcare infrastructure between now and 2028. This includes an initial 200 million cedis allocation in the 2025 budget to accelerate construction, expansion, and modernization of hospitals, clinics, and health centers nationwide. Whether in remote rural communities or high-density urban centers, our aim is the same: a health facility within reach of every Ghanaian. Cabinet is awaiting a report from the Honorable Minister of Health on the status and stage of completion of the Agenda 111 hospitals to determine a way forward for their completion. Our approach to economic management goes beyond improving the macroeconomic indicators. It's about making the Ghanaian household feel the impact in their everyday lives. As the popular saying goes, the real economy is not in statistics, but in the pockets of the people.
It's the
Ghana Muntie, na mansanya so. Adawoko Fiaman women so
not only in the clear signs of recovery and stability, but in the direct relief Ghanaians are experiencing from our economic policies. Today we are seeing a stabilization in the price of goods and services, with inflation dropping significantly from 23.8% in December 2024 to 11.5% in July 2025, the lowest inflation rate recorded since December 2021. But this isn't just about numbers, it's about being felt across markets and homes. The prices of key commodities are falling, and for the first time in years, brands and businesses are actively advertising their price reductions, a sign that recovery is not only real but tangible. Official trade associations have presented data to Parliament that shows that up to 4,500 different items on the market have seen varied price reductions. We've stayed current with our bond repayment obligations. In a significant endorsement of Ghana's economic recovery efforts, global credit rating agencies, S&P Global Ratings, have upgraded Ghana's country credit risk from junk to B- with a stable outlook, reflecting renewed investor confidence and the positive momentum in economic management. To maintain this positive momentum of our economic recovery, we're increasing Ghana's productivity through bold job-creating initiatives, and one of the most transformative among them is our 24-hour economy initiative, a policy that is designed to boost micro and small and medium enterprise, modernize agriculture, and expand employment opportunities across key sectors. This initiative is not just about keeping the lights on longer, it is about unlocking new shifts of productivity, widening access to jobs, and building a resilient, inclusive economy that works for all. Only yesterday, Cabinet approved for onward submission to Parliament the 24-hour authority bill. Already we're seeing key institutions take the lead in actualizing the 24-hour economy vision. The Ghana Publishing Company has transitioned to a full 24-hour operation. The Passport Office and Ghana's foreign missions have also rolled out round-the-clock services to expedite passport processing and improve service delivery. At our ports, both Tema and Takrady are now operating 24 hours to boost trade efficiency and reduce congestion. To guarantee safety within this evolving ecosystem, a dedicated 24-hour economy policing secretariat has been established in the Ministry of Interior to provide continuous security support across the country. These bold steps signal a clear national commitment to building a resilient, inclusive, and job-rich economy. To ensure legal and operational readiness, Cabinet has approved critical amendments to the GIPC Act and the Labour Act, which now include provisions that enable and regulate 24-hour economic activity. These legal reforms will ensure that businesses, investors, and workers alike are supported by a framework that protects rights while encouraging innovation and growth. Complementing this agenda, we have rolled out the Jumara program and the National Apprenticeship Program, both of which are expanding pathways to employment, particularly for our young people and artisans. These programs are equipping thousands with the skills, tools, and opportunities they need to succeed in today's job market. Thousands of young Ghanaians are currently undergoing training under the 1 Million Coders program, our bold strategic initiative to build Ghana's digital talent base and prepare our youth for the jobs of the future. This program is equipping participants not just to access digital jobs, but to create sustainable employment opportunities through innovation, entrepreneurship, and global ICT competitiveness. Additionally, in the extractive sector, the Gold Board is formalizing Ghana's gold trade. As of today, gold trading is a reserve for only Ghanaians. This strategic move will help maximize national benefits, enhance transparency, and ensure that the wealth generated from our natural resources is reinvested in our communities and national development. We're also taking decisive action to protect our environment and natural resources from destruction. A dedicated national task force is currently in place, actively combating the menace of illegal mining. As a result of their operations, hundreds of excavators, water pumps, and other heavy equipment have been seized, disrupting the networks that have long exploited our lands and our rivers. In addition to enforcement, we are reclaiming what has been lost. 9 forest reserves have been successfully recovered from the grip of illegal miners, restoring these vital ecosystems under state protection. Our Tree for Life initiative is being actively rolled out across the country, targeting the restoration of lands degraded by illegal mining activities. Steps are currently underway to repeal LI 2462 to formalize our commitment to end mining in forest reserves. Let me be clear, since my administration resumed office, not a single license has been issued to any company to mine in our forest reserves. The repeal of LI 2462 is therefore intended just to crystallize in law what we have already demonstrated in practice, which is our commitment to protect these forest reserves.
For every carton or bucket
Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie,
Ghana Muntie, Ghana Muntie, na mansanya so adawro kofia man homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo NEAT 100.9 FM.
Yamu akwa be de bandit 100.9 na Ghana Muntie so neti o mampanyen ne first media encounter eye oba ben mu emu nsam ni bi na speech anoma no na yegusu a na yetie no eti ebekọ yanim na yakoso abonsam ni bi amawo ene esimbisa hodo ebae mame akoso ato na mewa ha ne amazancha me kwamramafo akos mo family enko
abusiafo yemfa daybreak de obokrata no na yemfa ntoaso na daybreak de obokrata no na obama no se tension pa sorry our University of Education Winneba ni nyina efa election a ekoso omo vetting wo mo ye vet wo mo aspirant no wo mo ajeze omo ni enye ho kra ni nyina efa wo mo Graduate Student Association of Ghana wo mo election ya wo mo eba be yi emse ne ma nkoye mo muti no ehon nsem so awa ha se ya daybreak ebo amane na daybreak na ebo amane ana o se Ethiopian Airline flight na Ghana peacekeepers a wo mo ba 213 nanke wasenke ebe lande e Kotoka International Airport nanso ka wiem be 30 minutes ni nyina ne se wo mo chem se runway ni so no mo ye nsiesie e wo ho ntie no na ama confusion pa na airline sinse wiem ba bia obefa si akoye bibia wo ho ya ho nsem wo ha ti a daybreak de obokrata no so ebo ho amane na yese samparment mo ase asoro wo nya asem ketu onipa baako atwa nanum awansi ade esi edwa e wo ho no wo mo di ejatumu ene wo mo hia na se wo mo hye no ni nyina aye manso chese mentimo ase asoro e wo ho a ho nsem so e wo ha se a daybreak de obokrata enso ede ho amanebo ede aba ni nyina aya ahensem sorry e wo sampane nam so ma ba akode krana na wa enyame dia edwa na edwa na e wo ho no a mo yere mo ebe kokodi dwa ho ya machine yi eno so ya asem ya daybreak ebe ho amane na daybreak amane ba ode aba no se 556 excavator mo sizi ni nyina wo military camps ahodo ye wo Ghana ha daybreak nso ede ho amane bo ede aba na abusiafo ma yemfa the insight na yemfa nto so no se insight di asama aba o se Ghana ni pa ti o ma we mu se me ma boa pa se me kwhye me ho akomfo wo se wo mo ankasa gi wo mo kra firi wo mo nsam no adoso ise se Ghana page mo ha mo chichemu aduana 40% ya wo mo actese wo mo epese wo mo gi wo mo kra edifiri wo mo nsam ahwehwemu a ababeto dwa chemu se ade no ha adwen Mental Health Authority for eno mo de kokobodi abo mo se 2024 nko ano anya asem ketoa na yese afi we mu wo mo ya attempt kra se wo mo anya ya wo mo ebeji wo mo kwa afiri wo mo nsam no yese nya asem ketoa o enti nipa dodo no a bese wo mo kum wo mo ho wo mo se wiase nya wo mo de ebi wo krampu no wo se de hu bebre na bia broken heart no okọ ebi wo bia ho kire nti no obi okọ bi wo anema mpeke ma abrabon de be pike nti esrew se wo ye babunu ana se wo bia bibi nkoyie ma wa nya abotre abrabon wo mo mabokra mo ho sesisi abrabon wo mabọ yo mo do mo nse besi wo mo no ampeke mo ba ko pe o he utie me se Would ya no more ye say, wo modi ye no a ye hwe o ma bra bo ahyi o mo dodo no a wo de ko ne ko bisa. Dodo no na nya bete. Wo musu ti se de wusu ye no anti wusu a normal.
Akwaya na. Ye nkwala no bebre wo ho no mo. Ye ne abata no nso aya ye sai wo mo talent no. Oh see ya bra bo ni nyina koye school.
Ti wampo ya.
Aha, obi anka se school no enyo.
Any day.
But se unhu akwada no field ya. Enha unhu bebre se tintin ate wa wunim se akwada yi saa de we na nani je ho. Wo si won koye sei. Enti efobo no wa ye frustrated. Na abrabo no na mami yenye too religious. Me say sameba anase me huni pebi okoware obi a woye too religious ameka chance wonyai o man tuni ye different te say we are too religious na the sense of reason kura na yira bibia wo de bese bibi bibia wo de bese bibi
wo wa ba de bo abekunu no wo de anointing oil pete no so
wo environment no ehwo nye clean ehwo nye neat
na enye ne clean po ohun se toda enua no emo ohun se wo de ope bi enua ho na ene nso ye dua gardens no omo attract omo na wo de ono ofa ho se wato wo ono de
obetumi abewura wo dem ani
na ono ofa ho ne wo awato
sa wo de ma wo bi hu sa wo wo se ne dem mementi ase ne se wo wo be se me dem mu a esese me kura mpo se metumi anka mebie na manako wo de ma wo bi hu te se anadu na wo da ya wo ti se bibi ye kan no wo de mirika kɔ no sɔfo wo ɛna ebibi ye kan anadu no ye wukunu wo de no ho akɔsɛ yi mu group bi mu nti edura anadu a no wo mu bɛfrɛ na committee
na ye fro bi committee ana ya na ye kan no
na wo bɛti kan kyɛ so wo mu bɛfrɛ no wo bi kura wo hɔ no mu a ni kuna mani scan wo de bɛkɔ akɔkyerɛ no sɔfo ansa wa yusu
se sɔfo na bompa ya gusu ama no
wɔte wɔ no enkomo bia woni ni kunu bedi bia no sɔfo wɔte obi a wɔyɛ too religious enti yɛtumi di niama tekyere ya ho a na ya yira ya botaye kura ya de ba asase so
ya na ha adwen o na saa de a wo kan se awofo ni bi ha omo mai enye omo fumsu o ne ma ne tese ne yonko ba ye nurse ni
enti yesese wono so ba kwaye
sa pepe me yonko ba ye police enti me pese me so me ba enti wo ka se wo no course we a ba ya beka je se da bi me mpa ne saa asoma si ba no wo hu so ono so kɔ nurse wo to wo ye den
eso no obi
asoma si ba
sebre ne nkra
eno na omo nti ase no obi wo hɔ a
obi betumi akɔ police training obi wie ye postu no anu
wa resign wa ko
anya ye postu no anu akɔ ye postu no apɛ ube wonsa basabasa bi ni yakobo ni tueku no obi betumi asane ba se tintina tesade we no onye ade no a wo ye no anaku no
se wanya wo nka ne ma ho owie kura basa ka cho se mewu a memba mayi ase
sa de kro no anso na bekɔ akuku no
nti no nya ye fo minim
ya too religious no anointing oil se me ne wo kasai ne wo fese a wote no anointing oil no wodi bi apete efom ho
okay
wodi bi asresra ne na ho wodi bi asra ne
oh enu de yesunsum nyuma
kwabra ma me kwa ama no so ne ye ne ya nua Dennis Miracle Aboaje okasa de ma Dr. Mahmoud Baumia ne campaign team no ya ne Dennis ni enkomo Dennis Mache
Mark me just bro
meto kacho ezai
me shawo seja your position dem don na wo ye abai mufu the way me wa
na we are what kind na no so idea anu free
me say e dia me boa
ene na oboa
Politicians, ya katum sa.
Okay. The outcome there. One can to my yanokre. Yeah, I don't know why. Pabrazia de Basama.
Atasa.
I just come and
say, will be saying that they'll be okay. But then it's answer Bebambo campaign. Enra media encounter no. Omo de taka kra na e call say on man panyin.
Me hwani nyina o.
Eza.
Na se eduma ni nyina ye yo. Ba me say na ye bu.
No kra.
Me hwani nyina.
Na wo share e call say ma.
Oh, say I think say when you first time ye hu we. Nti so man panyin de o ma obehia. It's entry for now. Obe church and say. Nti is a good thing. But it's not new. I think it's a feature in our governance.
Yeah.
All presidents do it, but maybe you're not. One kaka inconsistencies and contradictions. Not a woman penny responses in the big one.
I know that the.
Oh, say for example, our penny say they are going to stop, and I said they have stopped the intervention in the forex market. But Bank of Ghana governor also said they were not intervening in the forex market. It's enough for you. It's so one penny in the bois and a Bank of Ghana in the bois. Obeka is a no kasai. Emma make a say, sir, dollar situation now almost year. They are causing long-term problems for our economy because it was artificial. Emma, go for great trouble. Me say, me a prophet of doom, but I knew what I was saying. And I might not think me could be our governor say. Now you have to say artificially more manage your friend is saying see the no. It's move pia. Skegu adi no musa. So the be see the be from kekeba and yet real. And you know on paper. Now Bank of Ghana rate here 10 cedis. And so businessman be a per dollar or turn 13 cedis. Almost a beboa. Bank of Ghana crown so say governor say meboa. And ready. I'm penny and kasa be na no ton kai say oh I na get intervene back afidi ejai magari omujai no so omu de ekoso omujai no so afidi dollar neko and then who call your friend say online platforms and if I say trading platforms that dollar in 13 cedis. It's because and simply because artificial manipulation omujai. And Oman Penny confirmed it yesterday. And it confirms what we kept saying. Normal say, and no crano. And see, those are some of the things. Number two, what's your Oman Penny response on Galamsey? No? In your personal opinion, and now in your professional opinion, somebody that has been doing this thing for a very long time, man, Galamsey conversation has been on your desk for several years. Were you convinced?
That your candidate say no more the be adwuma dia say anke ebe boa.
There ain't no kind
about one excavators are one more air track bebe o man because they can say excavators and one say ye dey ba because I no dey you. Eti ebe see etimi hu ba bi economy dey or say they are in the process one more ye. Afen so your friend say avenue say ye hwe say ye betime exhausted na enkoba say be state of emergency for now. And also, waka because state of emergency, no. I say we haven't exhausted all avenues. It's about genuinely.
Can you tell me one law we have not implemented either under a Kufado government or Baumia government in the fight against Galamsey? Who say Aka? I didn't you see. Tell me one law. One.
I know how to maintain here because I don't know your man penny. No, see we haven't exhausted all avenues.
I said there are several laws we haven't exhausted. And I'm saying, Kabako, tell me. Now, so was he aware that we haven't exhausted everything? And now, he and his party were backing the call for the state of emergency in 2024. That's how they exhausted the year as a country. So he is aware. Say, we have not exhausted all avenues yet. And yet, 2 weeks to elections, for political expediency, for political benefit, he and his political party were backing the call for a state of emergency. I am number no sunti. On the party members, be to say Professor Jampomo were pushing organized labor to declare a nationwide strike by organized labor. No, you're aware of that time. And now when your political benefit in the year, into your political benefit in the year, no, I think what Babe will say, state of emergency, no, but I had there and then there's a solution. Were you not in this country when he and his party surrogates, any demonstration, any protest, or 37, 1 week non-stop, calling for a declaration of a state of emergency on Galamsey? That time, you know, now on your way, say there are several avenues. Country hasn't exhausted yet. You see, I've clearly established some of the inconsistencies and what the response is. Listen, Mark, we cannot run this country with beautiful speeches. Though. We have to run this country with some level of integrity, some level of commitment. On Mampini, Elena Bayano, yes, specific promises to us as a country in the fight against Galamsey. They were very specific. On Mampini, they will fight Galamsey with artificial intelligence. What I expect him to tell us is when, where, and how he's going to fight Galamsey with artificial intelligence. Omakate say, so ba, granting amnesty to all Galamseyers who have been arrested. What we want to know is when are these Galamseyers who have been arrested being released? So that he goes after the campers. When is he going after the campers? Number 3, Omakate say, they are going to make sure say they repeal the LI that allows for mining in the forest reserves. When are they doing it? He told us say they are going to ensure say they put a freeze on all forms of small-scale mining for a while, so that they can have a better view of the small-scale mining space before they let us continue again. Have you seen them put a freeze on small-scale mining? The fact of the matter is a marker. And you see, we cannot pretend about it. This country is about to see one of the most terrible forms of Galamsey in this country. And it's not going to be funny. And I'll tell you why. The government itself is now an enabler of illegal mining, to the extent that the illegal miners are selling their gold to the government. And the government is proudly touting it in parliament, saying, we are getting majority of our gold from small-scale miners. Small-scale miners, you are buying the gold from the illegal miners, the Galamseyers. Mark, I tell you, sir, with the kind of model the government has put in place through Gold Board, if they don't get the gold from the Galamseyers, Gold Board, Ebegu. That is the truth. And nothing I'll call TikToker. There is a whole TikTok account, Galamsey TV. It has over 500,000 followers. It has videos that over 3 million views. They call it Galamsey TV. Go there, go to TikTok, it's there. And they are complaining and protesting. On videos in the go, almost catching a buying say, price not buying, and the more for a pound of gold, I buy at so into Omega. And let me tell you a secret. For the past 2 months, they have refused to sell their gold to government. I have a video on my phone now. Gold dealers will be sending their money from the Aqua and the Pristia area. I bind the soldier for rural gold dealer shops. In the name of enforcing a receipt in this from Gold Board. What is happening is that the Galamsey.
What's it? One more.
I have videos. I'll send it to you. Your board round shopper. I have the video. I'll send it to you. You may not say we're for them. So therefore, both ground for shop. In the name of we are enforcing receipting. Me say that we have videos and it's all over TikTok. It's public where these Galamseyers are publicly saying, I'm going to the town. They say Gold Board, they go now for 12,000. Last week was the last 2 weeks. So we say Gold Board, they announced they are introducing some incentive bonus of 800 and something cities in addition to the 8,000. You know why they brought that? They brought it because now the gold dealers are not selling the gold. Say, Mark, gold also mean to me in Tom over here. Just at the Tom out. Matthias here. Now, Mount Tom's way. Some year already, some town they are not men from right. So they are not selling. So they are not getting the gold. They saw the upper. They are saying that they've bought X number of gold. X. Go and compare the total tons of gold they say they've bought and compare to the gold the country bought through the gold purchase program in 2024. You will see what I'm talking about. So we are buying. That's one of your key policies is hinged on buying gold from small scale miners, which you cannot trace. You cannot trace to tell whether this is illegal or this is legal. You are likely to enable illegal mining because what core communities anymore? Gold, no. They say Galamsey Abeka Dia, okra 1 pound of gold at a time. No. So what they do is that they call it blade. So there are people who are moving across the mining areas and gathering these small pieces of the blade, That is what they put it together. They get a pound and they now sell it to the gold board, your friend is saying, buyers. So you are buying it from the illegal miners. Nobody can tell us otherwise. You can't tell us otherwise. You are buying the illegal gold. And if you are buying the illegal gold, you cannot tell me you are fighting it. And as we speak, Galamsey has escalated at least 3 times than what this government meant when they came to power in January 7th. Listen, the NDC and its party people have taken over Galamsey across the country. Go and check. Our Win Traditional Council wrote to the president accusing the NDC MP of engaging in Galamsey. Upper Dentra East NDC chairman almost strangled military men, asking them to leave because they were there to fight Galamsey. Go to Osino. Galamsey is being done in the middle of the town. Drive on the Kumasi Road, right on the highways by the roadside. Galamsey is ongoing. Go and look at our river bodies. Ayesu River, Ayese Milu, the government is complicit. And the government must act. The president should save us all these talk and all these things, find English. We are at risk. We are at risk. He came to power on the back of Galamsey. He gathered young, innocent people who thought he was a freedom fighter, put them on the street for a week, said they are fighting for the country's survival. You have come to office. Within 8 months, what you claimed you were fighting for has worsened at least 3-fold. I'm not the one saying it. Trade Union Congress told him to his face. What are you talking about? This government must take us serious and simply implement the things they promised they will implement in dealing with Galamsey and stop all this plenty talk. Until that, mark it on the wall. You are going to see the worst when it comes to Galamsey. I'm telling you.
But you shouldn't forget, sir. Ebra na mo wa abemono. Nanadu ye bia amfa. Na wo kan enyinam yetu ewo railways no wa. Eti edru say nanado beko no say Galamsey fight ye hia a national forum. Enti enya national forum na ye nyina say ye hia rather than their wo kan say
now mark ye wo aban mo no. Me no wan kasa wo radio so na me catch you say NDC should stop politicizing Galamsey and weaponizing it. Me no wan ka wa.
Yeah.
Emma, they ignore us. NDC members like Professor Jampo, Edia TV so no musu. Kema me ka se me chiro me. Professor Jampo the undertaking be at that time. I have it on my phone. Me no ka se we are me for them and you can read it for your listeners. Say Dr. Baumia should sign that undertaking. And that if he doesn't sign it, they were going to hold a press conference and indicate he has refused to sign. And that undertaking is a commitment. Say, who really presidency now? You will do certain things in the fight against Galamsey. Professor Jampo. Me say, and I do 1 a.m. No, that's what I tell me. Me, and I made a document and I call Dr. Mahmoud Bamia ho. And I do 2. And I Dr. Mahmoud Bamia signing that document. Honorable parents and a witness here. I had to send it to Kenasibe and Professor Jampo in the middle of the night. Today, after the NDC won power, Professor Jampo has run for a political appointment. And now he is enjoying the largesse of government. It is quiet. And you are coming to tell us a national fight. When we kept telling people that Galamsey is like the drug menace in Colombia. It is one of the most dangerous things we are facing in this country. And we should stop politicizing it. And that when you politicize it, you create room for these criminals who are perpetrating this illegality to hide and do it. Because they wanted to benefit from it politically. You know what they said? They went to the extent of saying, Nanado Danko Ekufado himself is engaged in Galamsey. So you remember, and you'll be who on the Kayu, or Mampeni, John Mahama, or Tusu to see a better being an okay. So let's quite sure for communications minister said, the Jubilee House, in fact, almost from the Julobi House, almost a Julobi House, and an area Galamsey. Minister for Communications, and yet, fellas, Minister for Communications, Sam George, say any serious president worth his salt can end Galamsey in 2 weeks if he wants to. Yesterday, I was reading a comment. In fact, I screenshotted it because I came out. This is what Sam George wrote on 29 August 2024. Or say, Chief, you can do better. And he was commenting on somebody's post. Listen to what JM said with an aim to understand. Why go about arresting the boys on site and not the owners of the site? The boys are simply replaceable. They own no equipment and no concession. Those who do are the chiefs and the politicians. If you are serious, if you are serious about the fight against this menace, arrest and jail the politicians and the chiefs involved. This is a cabinet minister today. What to say? Chief B has been jailed. What to say? Politician B has been jailed. Is it not the same boys? And the NDC are buying by Omakogu police station. Is it not the same boys? So when I tell you that these guys weaponize the Galamsey menace to their own political benefit, now you are understanding me. I have 34 screenshots. 34 screenshots. I even have them on video. Go and watch the president's last media engagement before the election and listen to what he said about Galamsey. You cry. He doesn't deserve any sympathy from anybody. He should simply get to work and simply implement what it is that he promised the people of this country. The funny thing is that also here, can you keep me forever? If you come and take me, make sure you kill me. Because if you don't kill me, you are wasting your time. I'll come back and speak even more. Get to work. Stop the talk. Stop the fine English. Get to work and fix the situation. Akufo-Addo could not fix Galamsey, which is fact. That is why you weaponize Galamsey and made it the number one campaign message, for which reason the people voted against Akufo-Addo and his government. So don't come and tell us about Akufo-Addo. He's gone. He's not in power. What the power am I? Maybe to one of my government official. Do I hold any political power? The political power is in the hands of the president, Sam George, Felix Kwachofosu, Joyce Bar Mokhtari. They are the ones who are speaking big in opposition about fixing Galamsey. What happened to fixing Galamsey with AI? That's what the president said. Where is the AI? So they should just get to work. They have that business to fix the situation. It's their job. Ours is to continue to call them out with their hypocrisy and their inconsistencies. Theirs is to fix the issue. And they should fix it without any complaint. And we're not going to be liberal with them. We're not going to be babysitting them. It is their job to fix the situation, and they must do it, Mark. And
okay.
We all of us must join and come together to call them out and mount pressure on them. As we speak, where are the Galamseyers selling the gold? They are selling it to them.
Okay.
Can I also say, based on what Mahama, President, His Excellency, any on minister, can I conveniently say that the Jubilee House is involved in Galamsey?
Officially, you won't need evidence. I won't make it.
I'm saying another Galamsey, no more evidence.
I me hand there. Mammo be anchor because we need evidence.
When I asked them, say, what is the evidence Akufo-Addo was being Galamsey? Do you know what they said? I'm going to say Akufo-Addo fear diety or chibi. They took Galamsey. When himself for the first time in the history of this country, for the first time, been see that, and then no can say there's Galamsey in Savannah region. So you've heard it. For the first time in the history of this country, there is Galamsey in the Savannah region. doesn't mean Mahama is involved in Galamsey. Such crude politics, such wickedness, such callousness was inflicted on Nana Danko Akufo-Addo and his government. And these guys were blabbing arrogantly blabbing all over the place. Said they will fix it, they will do this, they will do this. Look at them, walking around with their tails in between their thighs, clueless, have no idea how to deal with the matter. And the matter has escalated. I mean, no, Kase Galamsey, Akosro Bohom Prensa, that they came to meet it.
I don't know. Data Ben now the Casa Zaza Akosro Bohom Prensa.
What Kofodia? For the first time in the history of this country, Kofodia Densu River. So Kofodia Densu River, it is famous for taxi drivers using it to cool down their engines. The taxi driver drive here, no overheating, and no parking, no sensu, and then Kofodia Densu River. I used to say Milo American come. What evidence are you looking for? Me say the trade union Congress itself told the president to his face. And you heard Kojo Yamson, Joy FM. He told the president, say, Galamsey has escalated multiple times. What are you talking about? Clueless guys, clueless. That is why I keep saying, say, unfortunately, this country, we are saddled with an arrogant bunch of clueless, incompetent, everlasting incompetent people who are completely clueless about what they do, and have scammed their way to power. That's what they've done to us. Arrogant braggers, completely incompetent, and they have scammed themselves their way into power. Unfortunately, some of us said it. We sounded the bell, but our voices were not loud enough. A lot of people who knew the NDC under John Mahama, number one, knew that he wasn't going to do anything different. But, of course, our voices were too low at the time. And they scammed their way into government. I'm about power. Giddy. Dollar is coming down. Dollar every day. Dollar, Mahama power. After that, say, Ato is forcing. Why is Ato not forcing today? But
don't forget, say, President can say, dollar need the and one in the between 10, 11, 12. It is a day a 12. They be
or the moon in the agro. Or the moon in the agro. Where we know in this country? When the NDC said the target for the dollar was 8 cedis. After it do 10 now, Uncle Biuno. After your Mampeni say he thinks that the dollar would stay at 10, it shouldn't go below 10. 1,000.
On the kind of making.
And I remember, it should stay at 10, it shouldn't go below 10. I said the Jew will say, I'm 13. I said it is between 12, 10, 11. In fact, there is happening now, no can you? Okay.
And I
want to say the dollar is naturally supposed to stay between 10 and 16. Certain level of insincerity. Certain level of over $4 14.5. 14.5. How do you tell us that the dollar should stay between 10 and 16? You picked it at 14.5. And you came telling the whole country, say 14.5 was wickedness, and that you have brought it to 10. That you are choosing to keep it at 10. That is the impression the president created. The president created an impression, said he is choosing to keep the dollar at 10. And I remember I said it. In fact, almost the whole country was against the Menkwa miracles. When I said that the government is doing this artificially, and then they are manipulating it. Because you see, when your currency is appreciating without the real sectors of the economy, it is artificial. And that is why, even though on paper, hello?
Noah. Hello, Dennis. Hey. Dennis. Hey. I don't know. That's it. Over to my friend. Hello. Okay, Dennis Miracle. Abuaje Okasada by Dr. Mahmoud Baumia campaign. On an end say now. Quickly, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia so can say be an bisano, but never see we media encounter. My brother for so. Now messages in the song. Oh, how you better know you can messages in the amount. Jumedi, your friend Ghana Montie will need 100.9. Okay. 80 but the way mom is here.
Hey, catch it. Listen in here. And you ma beto to dia me baba no ho ade no. Twem so betumi a. Hey, asew. Hey, now beka. Ya jon to ma me ensa
duku potomanto this way chocolate drink na kan wo hwe afibia nso beri ni wawarenia this way chocolate drink na kan sia asew udan kawanu ntumu ho me be mo anu nso hye kura de aka ho wo hwe de wapi ho o ka se batete edafom ho
this way chocolate drink
kra cha be pe baba ware
asew
ye fia say this way chocolate drink ya sori anopa no ne yenom ye bi hye fridge nom no se snack ye nya hoho anu ne ye de serve wo mo ye didi wie ne ye pe bibia bogu ya de so a this way chocolate drink ne yenom and this way no ti anu a he se kire wom koko wom milk wom bibia wom ade wo hia ne so se
this way chocolate drink
de wo hia ani so se
FDA ahwehwe se adwede nkratoe mu agye atum se eye
What's cool, fresh and trendy with a new look? Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you glow. Anytime, anywhere. Specialized feel different. Always think specialized. Special Ice Natural Mineral Water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Okay, how you need 100.9. And sent to me and Dennis BM. Into my annual promo dinner na Denver discussions and issues. So Dr. George Siama, C4C Medical Director, C4C Homeopathic Hospital Medical Director. George Match, Doc.
Yeah, senior.
Bomb to say.
Yakopado, right.
Yeah, then Yakopan say. You go so I feel ye na what the my bread and the dear can home. And Ranu be crabisa prostate. Me send them number at the man. No. It's at the end and then so no pay. Yes.
My dear, but I say, NTFC for Silver Specialist Hospital, comma, O BBA, or Yamre, and Opibia, ATA. Ya face here, wants to say, you near the 4 best idea afa, you nipediano. Na ma ya bon de who said, Brabono, and won't hear one nipedianimo. A dijuma bebrea, Yari beer, what nipedianimo, say a funny pedianimo quadia, Uhia Brabono. A san say, Brabono, and who deno a costra, a bois ya coma, a bois your kidneys, a bois your pancreas. A boy, a gallbladder, a boy organs, meaning now one pedianimo. And into a bomb with the rose, say, Yari Diano, say a year, a comayaria, say a year diabetes, a year arthritis, a year spine problem, a year immunocra problem, and now say nerves, no, and now muscles, no, problem, meaning, no, only a brabono, say a bebois, and your interest, Cassia organs I would draw with the pediatric. You did say organs thing na to me, Jumaye with their leader, I have bread one. A fit nanny pedianimo, a fit nanny pedianimo, and a day area bit sonny pedianimo. And it is a what they want the pedianimo to me, free ni pedianimo dia. Na chese yaria so any snabia ewo ni pedianimo. And until I cost why a bomb de rose, baby, I will be animal bread one. Ehu ehia na watwe mu no ye di nkomo efa infertility ho efa yeni anum be ma titiri ho combine a bit of UTI infections kakra any prostate conditions kakra digestive to yeni anum mema the challenges in tia sebi awo ho ye di my any infections awodo a etina any pedian mu a yentu anamon tema itibi say organs I would draw one pedian na and ya per se ya balance equation no na yeni animal ba so edin common but o ya be ma mestre se obenya abotre na also wetie edia na woni aba bi wadamfo bi ana wo ye ya na hokafo bi na wafa number ofra ya promo no eda so ye ejuma discount no wo ho a e cost and a free delivery no so juma number no is 050 0040 331 and I say 050 0040 328. Now, and I say the 30% now constituted to infertility. Beginning of the week, no, yes, we said 30% of cases are infertility cases, no. I war where they know a not 30% free any animal member, and I did home come. Yes, I can say 30% no a free or bad any bemanning and 30% no a free any animal ma 10% no a environmental, mental, and if you are crying, you need to be free. It's a new be our fault. But I had justice to any animal member, dear, any animal masses, any and come. If I show, oh yeah, oba, one of the major things they say, Nipa be a we as to be a free, say, be oba, when they buy. No, cranny say, you're all for fraud, say, oba, or a lot of ovaries, a lot of ovum, my yokosia, obetono, dear, all for fraud, bank, quadia, usually, mamma, we say, you have almost about 1 million plus of ovum. And I say, Kosiawo, then so say, Udo puberty stage, now say hormones on was so be a started air building. Then so, Oya Akola Crano, Ukosiano, that's so, but at our primordial state, in Tisa state, Lydia Kosiano Marbonte, or ovaries no organa, a boa to Kosiano, or no a tate Sa Kosiano, now I am Wajuma, until say, Ubedu age, a puberty stage. Hormone be a friend follicle stimulating hormone and a luteinizing hormone ever costro. A costra na amakosiano I am matured. Into cosiano mature stage, na afeno toba bonte. No ena obehu se was started se bosumi biano se one who kafo bi elishia ne hu nsi omu odin a na chese unya o menses anase moje bi se bi ego. This is how I yankopon ayeno. Enu nti sa akosia na ye beto ho ana ye oba obeto no ehia be ma ho nsu ahoɔden wo mu a ene ne behia na etimi aboa na ma aform eba no na koto awodi enimu na enyi na yankopon emre so no wasue enya akola no ofie. Nanso eya na bibi sti ewo ye nuanom ma no bobe enimu na ama bibia asesa. You should mama who say 4 major causes of problem with infertility when you are mumano. Bako ovulatory disorders. The also tubal blockage. Ebiom uterus disorders. And cervical causes and cervix incompetence. The Kenyan said, Yemi animal Marcos Yatuano here. Now organ be a friend ovary no and the Tucosiano. Mieno, it's answer a man or fallopian tubes mieno. Fallopian tube no aqua tube wa in sio kakra won a boa nama to Cosiano via Cosiano a beman wants to know Cosiano or fallopian tube no na a fertilizer no area na Cosiana to the boasia nante through the fallopian tube nin sio kakra woman no swimming no na aquacoto a would anymore. Na afei no I started say a form of panel. Then so unya issues with your production of ovum kosiano etimi essay and pembe no or how I did bano hormonal imbalance. Idikayaka say ma more luteinizing hormone and a follicle stimulating hormone. Sa hormones when the Kenyan organs say ovary no na mani kosiato no etontem. But if you are unya hormonal imbalance, unya problem with estrogen, dodo pa wo ye nianu ba mo ebo mo ema omunya mo features, tese be breast beba, hips beba, other special features be beba no. Estrogen no neboa. Nanso estrogen no sa no, only progesterone so ye adwuma. Progesterone so ye special hormone a mema wo dodo no pa, nanso ye nianu ba hia kakra. Esan say no ne stasia wodi animu na aboa na eba betomu a otimi enya nice environment no otimi enyi. Nanso say estrogen no ekosuru bebre a na progesterone no form bebre a etimi affect your production ba production of kosiano. It is our hormonal imbalance it may increase your chances of infertility. Na kosiana obeto no na ho odin betimi our form. Ebi wo ho krampo na utimi e develop serious complications bi ana the FN say oligo ovulation. That is when you problem with ovulation on tono every month. But when say exercise this month ebeba the following month when say ma ebi so o kra ebeba ay scanty eba kakra bi ebi so ho a utimi bleed excessively. Not just say BB also production of koshianimu. And now say ebi a underlying condition be say diabetes, say liver problem, a bit me among such issues now also. If you call one more na stress, and now say obesity, kasiye bebre, edi kan say building up a lot of tissues or adipose tissues not to me affect the production of hormones, maybe leptin hormone, it may build up, it may reduce to the production of some special hormones that want to be now a thyroid dysfunction issue or a thyroid gland problem. Maybe our hyperthyroidism, not just our thyroid gland produce a lot of hormones and to me M1 pediano, and now our thyroid gland produce hormones that will form the door and to me M1, it may increase the chances of having ovulatory disorders. Not just a ovary no and to me produce quality egg enough a bit in your if you are crying age. It's say any animal man in now hormones no ahode no any balance no so air sister. Now quality of the egg no so air sister. And you go anywhere 40 years now Christiana ahode no so air ba a form. And the ovulatory disorders no these are some of the a bit to say PCOS, polycystic ovarian syndrome, a bit to say ovarian cyst, in severe cases, crown ultimina ovarian torsion, in severe cases, ultimina dermoid of the ovary, not just a lot of mini fingernails, in your maybe crack, that she said ovary anymore, a complication of ovarian cyst, and also ultimina serious problem with the quality of kosia obeto. And no another. One other thing is also the tubal blockage. Tubal blockage in our access. Any animal fallopian tube, any animal fallopian tube, it may have blocked with infections. A lot of infection. A bit me a PID, pelvic inflammatory disease. The pacho, any animal bano, sebi, homogenitaliano, the air abontaina, homohono air, the vulva. But and only the ecto cervix, not just the outside of the cervix, but the endo cervix that is going to inside, and membrane, pelvic inflammatory disease, a core inside. And the Ubon say any animal man be one now bribiano or nya infections because pelvic inflammatory disease, a flow etimico awudi anyone kasa. It means anti-crack or fallopian tubes, and no neck or fallopian tubes, Now a check, no one knows now fallopian tube blockage. Not just a fallopian tube, Nanka was said, and no APA, Emma Cosiano to me nanti-boko, Emma sperm cells need to be nanti-boko, Ebeshia Cosiano, ne fertilizer Cosiano, Nevia Cosiana San nanti-boko, about the child with you, and to me, yes, sir, and to ultimate problems with getting pregnant because infection in the building or one fertilization it may take place. Utie important fertilization take place. It may increase the chances of getting ectopic pregnancy. You can't ectopic pregnancy. Pregnancy na yin say enkoto awudi enu na ekoto organs from titiri ekosettle our fallopian tube no. Na say a paya it may the how ebeto pediano so ebetini aye fatal. UTI, any PID, a major reason. In fact, the infection PID, building inside the bois, it may infect to fallopian tube. Now, it will be a fan of sarcoiditis. A quantity cry, it will hydrosalpate. Not just say you see, I walk fallopian tube, and no cross was infected, man, so not the dorsum. Not just say, however, a quantity it may co-infect to ovaries, your friend of ophoritis. Ovaries, etukosia, as I infected, not just how bad the talk nipediano. So a tubal blockage, ovulatory disorder, a very important thing. One major thing, so I can want some cervical cause. If I talk service no the neck of our audience no the con no I don't see our time I was say be anytime I was say kata and it is a bit old ground now yeah obi a won yin sempen obesha sometimes I always say be ba be wo nanso ya rush ko hospital na nurse and a doctor check centimeters na otimu say finding yam be sa enti to bo ase kakra force labor ni nyina no because service no e dia without time no so ya etimi ma onya miscarriage until your service incompetence not as a service no na ho odin no aba from a etimi be anytime and no na etimi de miscarriage ba until sometimes doctors will a lot of procedures be to make sure the service no be tight enough for MSH activities in ba if you remember we say a lot of infections etimi increase chances of that then you animal ma steady omodin your ma shop ma say hobby different be ama no wokafo and I say hobby different sense be ni na no increase that chances to ma wonya enti ye bon de ro say who nia say mini aba ode ni o ma be hye bi was say obesay ni o ma bebre increase chances a ode benya problem in the near future bet me affect one T4C bon de ro say wonya brebo na ho ode no e wo soro a what to balance the hormone. The can now boils down to hormone. It boils down to infection. It boils down to stress. It boils down to Adriani idea my brain. Fibroid another major thing now. Idea go pon the or chinachi ya beshe na discuss and so. That's when neka cry at no. I was saying who said brebo no one a balance your hormones ni my because of that hormonal regulatory function. So we are a thyroid gland hormone issue. So thyroid no produce hormone the brain. And also we are a stress. My cortisol hormone no dorsum. And now we are a cassia the brain. Cassia no dorsum. Fat no dorsum. Fat no dorsum. Hormones no so cough. And now we are a hepatitis. And now we are a eclampsia and as only finance say or pressure cost through the brain by your surgery. When none una one send a more than cost produce a lot of the nitric oxide, produce a lot of the receptors balancing hormones when it the immune functions are actually a lot of infection, a lot of PID, a lot of problems in the blood meaning and brabona more than what's right. A baby wage mama and what they are by the T4C bomb de say baby I will be an Bombodiana fan and be na friend. Ofra, you be a free delivery with liver on a mouth. Liver on a bam will be from 12 years and above. So we didn't know Monqua dear, Unia Brabono. A son said Brabono, the Sonny Mojano see if you are free in the pedianimo. If you should run the pedianimo infections, do they? If you try the pedianimo inflammatory response, do they? A heart general, a heart commando, a heart liver, no ancasa, a heart kidneys, no so, a heart tino, a heart hormones, no, a heart your phone ancasa, stomach ulcer. All these conditioning in an Brabona more than was so that it's made one fighting. A Diania with it, and so on, we see our own chemicals on patch or winning. Only more a draw crowd on the money, do on her chemical. If you know, cut on if you have it in your house, at my Brabona who are there, no, about from Kenya Brabona with liver to. Now the 500 functions no any age ma. Friend number any common. I don't mean to see for liver specialists. I was all over Ghana and to some extent some parts of Europe. Cape Coast, they were Green Hill opposite Addison Square Garden. Akuna Odobin branch Kessie Pass to Ewo. Ashanti region, Kumasi, Ejeso Kwamo, Jati Junction, Takrady, opposite Fejai, May Sport, Accra, Adenta, SDA Junction. Yeah, Juma from Monday, Ekusi Saturday. Exactly 7 a.m. near starting 5 p.m. near upon treatment plan. And nearly vote on an acid drunk. Your straight organs, who they be a scene on the wall, lay a Kenya organ. No one can say to me, I have natural remedies are any chemical composition. If we are about diet plan, nutritional plan, because a Diani, I know, and I do how brain piano. Exercise, I would be so high, a bachelor. Every I would how I was with that. Every crown I don't know what car for Shia, and so one time and I was a Mushia, I didn't in the Baba.
Okay.
A bachelor, asking me at your friend number 050 00 40 331 050 00 331. And I say 050 00 40 328. 050 00 40 328. See for see liver specialist. Yes, say obrabo aya wonkwa. And nothing yaji yendronidi, a treatment plan lady. Abibia kase once treated, forever treated. Majority, Yankupon can no pan for you now. But that's the great.
Wosua danse na no panya me adom chena ebesa ahia na apomode mu nsem no yede beka akodi weekend na yede abrel me ne ka say the Felix Mante or your director of communications at the Progressive People's Party or ha Saranson and Hussein Ibrahim or your the spokesperson na the ma Dr. Amwako Hene or your Ashanti regional minister Bebacho Hussein Ibrahim so mama fan messages we quick na ye hwe na major topic on the table enra media encounter your mampenye on the Ghana Central for Ishiaye a Samakodoa APAPA ewo ho na yatenso say Hussein Ufra Santamanta media say mpo where the krone ma mpo to us or mpo to as okay baby a class BSC yes military officers woman indigents when I'm some assembly member Balcon Efrimo. Why the spokesperson Edema Asante Manta media make you say obetimi addresses issue na my cane and san yako issues on our table. Richard Adi Frama Samai also my mentor Kwabena Mafo's best friend and MP for Buakwa Honorable Kingsley Agyeman behaved like a Father Christmas when he was the registrar of the scholarship secretariat. According to a document released by the current registrar, Mr. Asafueje, in 2022, the Mbato Deputy Executive Director of National Service Authority, Gitowa Mensah's husband, was given a scholarship to study LLM in the UK. Peter Mensah was given 17,875 euros. His spouse was given was given 16,000 pounds, and their two dependents were also given 6,200 pounds. 48,000 were used to buy air tickets for them. I don't think what Honorable Kingsley Agyeman did was lawful. And in the SMS can say, Emra wo homra ni ndi. Sorry, we are Richard. Richard Nedibai. Mesha Kasante Adi Frama Saman. I was so excited to see my president availing himself for questions and answers yesterday. This is what we call good governance and accountability. If Ghana is so fortunate to have President Mahama as our leader, his personality alone is a plus for Ghana. His presentation and answers to the questions was so superb. He was on top of every issue that was raised, especially on the declaration of the state of emergency on Galamsey. He gave a very solid answer. Yet, you see anybody in the LPP who can match him? Mesha Kasante. Yeah. Amazama na Mesha. May call history muna because share a message. Lamtekin Rashida Difritama Gulf City. I say good morning to you, Mark Jerry. Yesterday, I listened to the president, John Mahama. I laughed, sir. And begin to understand why Ghanaians are losing faith in politicians. Jerry John Dramani Mahama says he won't declare a state of emergency over Galamsey because all means to deal with Galamsey having been exhausted. A president on his own can't declare a state of emergency without parliamentary approval. However, these very deceptive NDC relentlessly demanded for declaration of state of emergency from Nanado's government. He had authority to single-handedly declare a state of emergency. All means to deal with Galamsey had been completely exhausted. Vindication in the womb of time. Gwesa McJerry, I commend JDM for his media encounter last night. However, I did not hear anything about the mass dismissal of innocent Ghanaians, of which I'm one of them under his administration. Yes, that question I can be sure but I'm say a year one more. One more form of Juma after 7 December now, one more you, one more Tiffy. I'm for good few. I'm for good few. There be a 2 MPP, a brom collapse banks and now go vote Tiffy and my ID. I'm for Tiffy or my ID, or not my radio to make us on your way. And Crawford Tiffy, way Senate, when I Senate. Senate cry can say crofon ma you amadu amutifie no. Wa ma edin yo. KK the Free Council American Town. Also Ghanaians need state of emergency at Galamsey side, not shoot and kill. JDM, please. Kudos to Nana and KK the Golden Boy. When so say I am shocked that Dr. Bawumia has rather gone political on the arrest of offenders of the law as political prosecution or persecution. My understanding of this speech on the arrest of Abronye and reference to Chairman Wontumi is that politicians are above the laws of Ghana. And I can say, the presidential media encounter was a fantastic program. Surely His Excellency John Dramani Mahama will fulfill all his promises that he made to Ghanaians. It is just a matter of time. Okay. Maya Twaso. Na we say Jerry, my name is Michael from Ashalaja. Na Ose, I am not impressed with both the address and the questions asked by the journalists. If I had been there, these are the questions I would have raised. Why does the president offer foreign investors years of tax holidays and duty-free exports, but fail to provide same incentives to Ghanaian investors? As I was saying, Ghanaians both at home and in diaspora have the capacity to invest in agriculture and agro-processors to make Ghana food sufficient and even exporter. Why is the government not supporting them, but rather turning to foreign investors? Questions in the adults, Michael Ashalaja, me to make an engineer. Waisi McJerry, NDC have increased our burden 240% for water and 280% for light. Why? This is a dubious move. They should give us 1 Ghana cedis added to the fuel. Uncle Buenya Mayo, where your proposal utility service providers and their Public Utility Regulatory Commission, PURC. Iti Momunyam Fanya Juma. When say McJerry, my name is Ebenezer Kwabenya. Well answered questions by Mr. President, JDM. And I pray this continue every 6 months. Mr. President, JDM, long live NDC, long live Ghana. I'm a papa. Crown man to so be Mr. President, say President Day. Na we no obetaya ya na say obenise and also cry man. I say besides say brano no obeye and I said and I want bibi by na me mante. President Mohammed's media engagement yesterday was the most inspiring ever. He should not do that again to raise the anger levels of Ghanaians. We say good morning to Mark Jerry. Nobody is supporting Abronya for his insults. What Ghanaians are criticizing is the selective justice. Kofi Agyeman, ayi kind of blow. We say salute Honorable Alhaji Faila for saying MC Lankwatanai for 3 key sanitation officers, task force, supervisors, and cleaners working around the clock. Listening to the threat from the MPP Salah Mustafa and the top hierarchy threatening IGP and NDC is funny. Ghana cannot tolerate insult as part of freedom. Okay, can I say how? When you say Don McJerry, Dr. Mahmoud Bamia is the best choice for MPP in Ghana at large. So I'm pleading with the delegates to vote for him to give us the victory come 2028. Or parody for home. Or said Dr. Brian Champon Beba. Or said Mr. President, please arrest Kevin Taylor so that Ghanaians will also stop their insult on social media. Because NDC social media guys are no human beings than that. Okay, man, now I will have fun. On my transit, you didn't come. Oh, a birthday. Why no? Why not do birthday to now?
My Jerry birthday we dear. My nya asem beto menne. Na birthday you know, me former me van say student na ye nyina na ekọ radio school no. Na oye me colleague. Enti my happy birthday shonko Emma Michael Tay. Na Maranatha TV. Na ono no ye omo sports ahead. Enti ai enti yen wish no happy birthday nyame nhyira no
na
onto nim kwanam no man akoma so bi said nyina emronti Michael happy birthday enjoy your day god bless you
right nyame nhyira no pa bedan se to na Felix Mantemache that's na Felix I didn't quite use why so be am na use one
me that's it Majeri minchia watie for ne
watie for Jose
ahwefo na atwi mi nu se no se so na atwi se ne so no ete oye ne bi a se to
ochina na wotwe
ochina na wotwe
esi Friday last week Friday
kafra Majeri
that's
na nsan no sania adebonyefo akromfo ne saa nema na aba no hadwen kakra for all communities into community security are a problem kakra from what I see any reports ahodoa minsa ekeka no utimu say amanfo ho kire wo pa ye tiesi wo so ye giom sika ye bu wo dan ye say the attacks are too much. Now me, I'm thinking, say, please visibility, they come from Kakra. Or what do you think?
Yeah.
You know,
because the first, you know,
the strategy now, new IGP, you know, adopt, you know, I think, say, they should improve the strategy of visibility. Now, response, you know, into me, reform, senior bear, Kosron, senior bear, Akromfono, Adi you know, Majeri. Ebetumi aswano before it gets out of hand. Now, Majeri, who is arresting Abronye?
What's one there?
One echi Abronye.
Maybe so. Say account bin.
Account.
Who said?
But assembly was also.
Assembly.
I say Nipa 175. First half of this year.
Oh my day.
Committee suicide.
Yeah. Suicide as a man. A hard
way. Disturbing. Then a microphone committee.
A committee suicide. Also a reason.
As a training na I day.
And as a day.
And as a day. I think say engagement with the public.
I tell you, yeah, share the background of those committee suicide.
Yeah, exactly.
Say a sitting them na yediana. Because me kai me be me feeder. That I be a Juma Koko. Doctor be a medical doctor be an fee a better graphic and many other newspapers.
Yeah.
Yes, so we kuno. But now we shall cast a good fee.
Oh,
now we shall feel was swimming pool grow on yas. Yes, we kuno. And now me wadam phobin so on Koko ha. Na ne mame otopano. Na ne mamu skapa. So na madam free. Omo ye mienu pe. Ono no hwe ne maame adwuma because ono e penny. Ne maame ni sisi hotels ne ade. Madam fu na emu no. Ono kra na dan obo. Enso metia na ka kire me se obo no hutu ekuno. Anopa. Enti a na me nyi ni se ahokire bi na aboro so na ma obi. A committee suicide. But there are several factors. It is a young factors.
Exactly.
But now a man of phone cry say, you know, Omo de ahokyere. And they can make I say time in this opposition. No almost say ahokyere into a man for kunkum. Obi akofo, obi kofo po obi wo kaso.
So retrokitine ho. So ho no.
And no more come there but meanwhile factors like I said.
Oh, niema bebre na ka.
Including ahokyere.
Exactly. Untimi found sense
ade back up so. Yeah. It is say
to some mind general we general health conditions of the population. I think say psychologically ni might be brave.
Yeah.
But from 120 last year 123 this year 165 67
that's just a hard yeah. Okay. Hussein, I want to say as I told them to say now Hussein so a big man or a spokesperson the Ashanti regional minister.
In fact, make a national communications team.
And outside national communication team no. It's a major so a big man.
Oh, that
now Bibi Aboko Ashanti regional minister here.
Yeah.
Ebina o be ma 5 minutes. Boy enkomo asante mantem kakra. Ne titru classes here si wo ho a assembly member ni obi oka ho ye sinipa mienu na ewu. Asante mantem te boy enkomo kakra.
Edika mechia o meda wase ne akwanya ode amame. Na machia atifo ene eye ahwefo amagibre omutie en anopai. We de me fra sentimentum na bae. Nti no me de enchia kese e de ma asanteman de hye nyina titru yewura otekokoso na na nyankwada enokre emre kakra ni na eye asankufuo ene eye timamufuo bia omo asantemantemu inya problems kakra because of concession issues na ebeto original minister nanim we beka ne de na we nso ebeka ne de nti we say obeka afafa ne mienu nyina bom no ne o matena se adi nkomo no mahu the way omo say de issues ni abeka ko 2 years na be ya emfa wo yo ne bia anye dem ba sentimental ti so hwe last 2 weeks Dr. Frank Amwakuhene eto some of the districts na sankufo no ene omo issues no ekohwe site ne concession ni nyina na o schedule say woni asankufo no ene timamufo no empenifo no omo ahemfofo na yinum ebehia in fact nhyiamu no enye nkoso enwieye na unfortunate it say soldiers for bi alcohol ne timamufo no oyene bi akoso
and so the regional minister no was in the process or one
yes he was in the process even as I'm speaking to you now krano he's still in the process.
Okay. Asanko no a mining company.
Yeah, mining company. Yes. Nti wafre omo ama in fact the last time Asanko for by office last week ni mo ebe shia no na we ni mo so ayeden aba be shia no.
Nti opeso o ka o. Nti timamufo no mo so mo ma ho kwan.
Yes. Nti opeso ofre ahemfo no ene timamufo no mo nyina atena se.
Wo so mo no mo ye genuine mining.
Yes. And I want say it's more like corporate social responsibility. Untimi emma emphasis be a community.
Yeah.
Embe ye bibi abra community no so dem benefit. In fact, community na nkasa omo hawa no mo wo mu no. Omo say omo hu so makoye bibi o baabi.
And a holiday.
Yes. In fact, that's what they were saying. Omo so makoye bibi o baabi. In fact, speculation say issues but say they obi and the oka. Omo makoye bibi o baabi. A omo amboa omo to the extent say even ensua na omo nom ni timamufo no bebre na nya yarewa skin disease ne niam but speculations nti eno nti na Dr. Frank Amwakuhene na adwin say oba be constitute committee ya ahemfo a omo wo honom e ka ho bi lands commission rep omo nyina mineral commission rep omo nyina be hia na nka omo ya process yi mu ayeguso a we nyina ababisi nti minim say sisi ya me no ka say me free asantiment mu I think 3 days nie nti me free ho e na issue we no so ye den esi ye minim say Dr. Frank Amwakuhene ye nyina edi nim no say ono de oye asumdwe hene osuensu ye rote kokoso no obehwe so betima abo na ya resolve issues ni nyina se na be ya oye no ekoso e wo asantiment no so no eso ebeti kama.
Okay. Mate, yada say any updates are with your mind. Set of fair. It is saying
Jerry. I'm watching.
Yeah.
Jet here for.
It's your video.
It's here beja for. Apom die meka say. But just as I've been telling you, say the state of insecurity my way mono. Evidence from the Global Peace Index recently published has vindicated my stance. Say indeed, there is no peace in Ghana.
It doesn't mean say we are in the state of insecurity. So anyway, the bia meka ye chirem ye ka se oman no ye insecure da wo wuntimi man betena ha en betena radio so en kan dia woguzo a wo ken
Nigeria.
We are not in the state of insecurity.
You see, I was going to give you the same response.
In the state of insecurity. Yeah, what the state as ye ka so man enye peace a what your national radio so nkwada tie ye mo so munim wako university wonim say ye ka insecurity a what ye ase it ana mom ye fa sa political brands how do you make all these years we are not in the state of insecurity. I can answer me am bomb on you so. You can't so maybe insecurity. What does it mean?
Me da say. And we make us say wo te ha. Now ka say we secure that me to wase. Ba ukọ boko. Ene. Now catch no more to was some they are secure that. It
doesn't mean so minor. We are in the state of insecurity. That statement
so
no make.
Tell me. So come manso. Asonko mines ho. Ene. Manso ababo. Yakukum assembly man.
Ghana ye insecure na.
Magari Ghana ne hefa. Ghana nya crowd.
Munya isa. You mean education in Yamio.
You let me make my point. You understand?
But that's a BBS or Boku and that's just minor. The state of insecurity. Google. Just Google said, you can say, or maybe you're insecure. Do you understand it? In your mercy, correct. But and not just on Muno. The state of insecurity. Saturday when my children time I'm more bemo make answer.
Here and some are okay.
And then when so about it, yes, education, you know. Because
it is the reason here our friend said you know and share
education.
The student of
but anyway, you can
the student of security is here.
You see,
and our state of insecurity in here.
And it is how come
and he agrees with me on the point. So let me address the issues as I see.
Okay. Now, Marjorie.
Yes.
Security a relative concept. And the general definition and us understanding here is freedom from fear and then freedom from want. And in so fano that general definition, how do people, irrespective of where he is, where he lives, and who he is, how does he feel? Does he feel being afraid? Say, you be attacking, and I say. He feels say or no the boy is safe. Until relatively, with me I can say, oh, that nation is secured.
Now I was attacked just last Friday.
A relative concept.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean
being sober to me, I can say I feel insecure.
Okay.
So you should look at it from the relative perspective. The relativity,
relativity
now cannot draw your conclusions.
Good. Metal relativity na see you. But media ne say aya na say yemu bi kasa we are in the state of insecurity. General comment.
If you should have listened to the end, you would have understood me from the examples I can remember.
The general experience is not ebano. And any panel ebe kani nyina abum. Though
or they draw the conclusion.
So you don't have to debate it and then make it so complicated for people to. We are in a state of insecurity. And say, what are the indicators? Are what they kasa? Global Peace Index. Ababe can say, the country, the peace level, no.
Yes.
Falling. We share indicators now. Already, United States Department of State.
Doesn't mean somebody is insecure.
I'm a reporter.
Peace in the fall. Doesn't mean somebody is insecure.
No, when you are talking about peace, you are talking about security. That one.
Well,
you are expecting say we are at war, conflict, that is a failed state. Okay. And then the fragile state level.
Okay, anytime it is a kasa set can preconium so when she and time is
I appreciate the point from where you are coming. The reason is that you want to moderate the show so that your listener get out the best out of the show. But of course, menu me nu yet ha na ka say you enjoy a peace of mind in TV. Okay, yes, so young koda and no da.
Nobody is okay. Me you okay. So last Friday, I was attacked heavily. I got point.
Me bra ni assemblyman na ya bonu tuo manso abo abona. Untimi kan tell say mabusu for we at peace. Sami nuane IGP a okọ boko enclave for I born ni kan mutu na me can't just say I am at peace. Okay. Because I'm papa na ke attempt to say bonu tua. I will not tell you so I'm at peace. Sami nuane abronye emfa ho ne de waka nyina achi. I don't agree with him so unko di IGP attempt even though it's not the first time we do obi attempt publicly. I achina she cells and as remanding no for publication of insult on the media.
And your publication of insult and your false publication.
That is how I will present
false
it.
Publication.
Relativity is allowed. That's my presentation.
But insult the insane criminal.
So say there was civil issue. Now say enunti ya remand will be into police custody for about 4 days or 5 days. Sir. You can't tell me say
3 days.
We are secure.
What is 3 days?
You can't tell me say we are secure. We are not secure. You get my point. Ene yensu a yenom enura yemuma ayewo minister ene wo lance minister ne final address to the outgoing president in the chamber of parliament sought to denigrate him to the point say he became a public ridicule now. Ene ninua kanoboa edi operations anima directive from above are stopping operations from preventing illegal mining in our forest reserves now. I will not tell you say I am secure because livelihoods are being lost.
The I imagine baby.
The mature only say amakufu bua ninua kenabua. I know the operations and him at the mining site. That's why I'm giving you specifics. He was in charge of police operations, military operations, and almost stopping friends say illegal mining. And I say illegal miners from mining our forest reserves. Upon directive from above, and then watching juma assign omumejai. This these illegal miners edimu atrenchi. Unsi a wonum almost seno. Now catch them say me secure. Me mami o take class or secure because no sense you na ekukuno. So when I tell you that there is a state of insecurity in Ghana, you don't need to see people at war because what bunyili say and then people are displaced. Upon the last revelation, Minister na Ankata Edibetuja Okache say nipa over 13,000 are displaced. Now say what you fear no are displaced. Are you telling me so you are secure? Now udamu kramponi ewiao. Now that bonte. Check the number of people who have sought asylum outside Ghana in nearby Cote d'Ivoire. Jerry, are you telling me say when you have such scenarios, series of which I've presented to you this morning, you can't tell me say Ghana is secure. So that is what I'm telling you. Say we are in a state of insecurity.
Secured ever since.
And the prime responsibility of every president, according to the swearing of the oath, they ushering into the presidency, and they say we'll be protecting all citizens and property.
I understand you.
What is the protection here? When people are being displaced, some seeking asylum outside the country. When was the last time I saw a movie? Now come feel say Cote d'Ivoire for any Burkina for the Bagana ha ebe siki asylum. But then yemum then ato yemu yakwa amahodo zako siki asylum. So when I tell you say we are in a state of insecurity, it is not because I am an opposition member and I make a way at all. So Mark Jerry, I am speaking from a point evidentially based, not conjecture or speculations. I've given you series of examples. Now, the head of the police service, IGP, you are telling me say we are safe. The Osuk friends say Kwadubrumpo Osimotia Hesino. Na yasun the abre. Then about your equem. So when I tell you that there's a state of insecurity, you shouldn't argue on this point. Yes, I understand. Say you want to allay the fears of your listeners. But it shouldn't also be devoid of the point, say, the facts should not be laid bare before the public. So this is where I am coming from. Worst of it, any press conference here, I saw it to be a disaster of a kind.
When a press conference? I
saw this public presidential engagement to be a disaster of a kind.
Yeah.
You see,
and why are you a press conference?
Media encounter. Media. Oh, now me friend press conference. Media encounter ni day. A press conference. I can't argue today. Media encounter. When media were gagged as to what to say. So when you look at the optics, me a student of language, a student of language, you don't only consider the words coming out of Nipana, Nanu, and I say direct spoken words. You look at the optics. You look at the optics. There's the body language. the kind of poster nipa kwa di gina wo de kasa
ayase no so mbisa sa question.
So for me presentation President Mahama no, I will just touch on just 2 or 3 points raise here. Specifically on the Galamsey issue, which is the bane of this country. Now, there we are in Krumha. And about 8 months ago, Papa we, I friend President John Dramani Mahama, sought to paint a picture, say, onim the antidote to Galamsey or my way. O crowd tell GDA. Because in the presentation, and the kind of narrative or the two abontino, Omobiaji need is President Mahama Oba the second coming idea or Banisa Winadi or Sovi Galamsey once and for all. Because the key spokespersons and now the key signs are now Omokasama projecting the fallacies to the public, We're painting a picture say without John Mahama, Galamsey is a no-go area. Is that what you are seeing today? Pathetically, and if you ask a question about Galamsey, say ne campaign message sought to project the picture say Oba Obesovi Galamsey. So I say that we are not yet to declare a state of what emergency because all the existing factors are and as a structures are also used to know or exhausting all those lifelines. Now I could declare a state of emergency. Really. President Mahama Ebedi Abanwe, what new has he brought on board? The Sovereign Galamsey, the previous government, and Yebida. What new? That alone tells you, say, he has not brought anything new. Because at the forefront, President Mahama, the Abebiano, the board didn't see a bit and I may be so bit catch him.
Okay, excavators, almost track excavators.
What
new excavators?
What kind of joke is that?
I'll say all my licenses via mobile, no new license.
Purporting the last report in your free report I public knowledge actually say near my clear more our Ghana has here excavators I
say it's in the process and
say excavators are the most important commodity in Ghana now
a both construction and mining
construction akwa be na wo ti so see you to show you and I'm saying development ben about back on now we hear excavators in that multitude.
Now you are buying private entities.
You cannot continue to play this devil advocate. Call a spade a spade. You see, President Mahama has made politics one of the worst things the young generation will want to venture into. Reason is that on Kano crunch men ka so odin tro because e panyin but the mekan say on Kano cre emfa nkyere yen ya yedi na chi no and I say yen omanfo no o ka kire ye say o ba no o be declare a state of emergency na boa on all forms of mining
president
na enunti say you declare a state of emergency it will make the picture clearer for you to deal with the menace of illegal mining.
President Ankasa.
Okay, saying.
But pato no dia one cast state
so
of emergency.
So me be kasa ma na so won ne nya adwan ka de ne che no. Ma jere me ma kasa mo bi da. We come be now ne nya adwan straightforward. Okay tell me say enya na msoma o. Yes see o me ka friends o hene ka bibia ito ho ano.
Anti can ye said they do.
So obviously these are messages from President Mahama. Sanko wan sanction and wan allow it to fly. So
no
you
opposition.
Telling us say who opposition to make the opebia.
Sabre no more opposition.
Now so opposition to make the opebia. Of course me jitum because okache say who opposition na entro kakra. Atem didie kakra bibia kakra now they are winning elections. So on one West are playing back at him. And the President Mahama himself strategies were I will say yeah arrested the perpetrators. Now previous government arrested perpetrators. But Jerry Dan me catch what say because Sena previous abandon and ya brese or preventing galams and I say illegal mining the jail sentence and the offenders from 5 years or increasing to 15 years in the amended act. When in Panway and I just supposed to deal with galamsey. And you'll be accusing the national organizer say he's engaged in illegality in the galamsey menace into your investigating still what I say. Marjorie, atem didie any galamsey dia hine kunipa. The okot di atem ni muyachi no. Na the oya galamsey na ese yensu. Ese ekoko, ese yen sase eku nipa enya galamsey hu na ministers iko wuye no sani pani mu na ho free ana obi akodi IGP atem no ye ja no meanwhile ye were example of obi na odi ochehine atem odi president atem kodi otumfo atem mejiri se o magdari kra in a subtle way wadi watem bi da ba wadwen course ntia sani pano
nipa minim nipa how can dey
me money din to give me that mileage
ba say
ba ye nyina ni say sani pano ya small girl no e de ko tena Supreme Court say judges en clear no
yes small girl what's that mama
yes small girl ni pano ti say niam e she bottom e de ko gina Supreme Court na nipa of free America eba you want national security BNI all the security protocols at the port and you declare no say you fa bench warrant question no who did you say you Magdari and na wo fall in that line o be fa ho to ko jan Supreme Court na Supreme Court na you be jare
but say nipa ni woman small girl no
ya smuggle na se bottom there ko jan Supreme Court ape NDC judge say omo clear no
sir
reason is that the recently 7 appointed judges now President Mahama and Okache say Supreme Court choked into ni say package Supreme Court no emu miensa na kwatena panel no so omi ni na went in favor of the accused Magdari sebe yesi baby a hu se free baby na eja bi wo ho nyam kola na tukrum ho at least I've spent about 30 years of my life following the politics of this country. Mr. Krano manage politics, but I was doing it from behind. But me joining mainstream politics, me who die koso. Enyam kola na etikruma. President Mahama mini well pa. Anga time e konya start plane crash no. Satan o sank na esi fam. No declare state of emergency. No the chile sankrofo and say indeed. Wo na mawu no. E atofu e atorenchem na ato mai. Inti me gina so e dey take decisive action. President Mahama cannot solve galamsey today, tomorrow and forever. Okache say ontimi stop it because a hona gold board enyom gold purchase no free ano wante na nipa wona ni abrese opeso of illegal money catch say be bia minyam me sika dosopo free no mintimi enkotache
but
na yeti omamu wo sanka na media for mo mama no ye den na mo catch up say de wo ye no ugu o man no ana wo say o man no mintimi kanje no all in the name of political witch hunt. So can see udi agrokwa be close and about director ama ya take you media offline ti and I say be show ni mo frenchim na bi kitu bi agina so e dey close media house down ti mo play friends say kwani
down can you nya no kre
so for me Magdari I will not on any day side with President Mahama say galamsey is a national fight. It is an NDC fight. Na 2024 na do corona another fight.
But hold on.
O ti ko galamsey na ono an benefit. Ono ka say na do kra galamsey ewo chebi no. O say na do ankasa ontimi enwia o man nti wa ma gabia say ni nuanom ewia e de to ma say de be ya akwa homgye mbon ha. Obenya so fa so every omo nche. President Mahama today equally is also doing galamsey just as he told President Akufo-Addo. Okay. So because he's benefiting from it, he's telling us today, say, "Ontimi declare state of emergency because it is going to affect our national security."
Now they win him. Who win him?
Oh no, then
now why the council say Nanado or did Listen to me.
President Nanado,
listen to me.
Permanent ban on affect the economy.
Permanent ban or the end brain.
Oh no, or any year na bottom sika na or jebu bottom. Magdari ubeti akama yati me kan abaka chim sent sa
permanent ban at the end of brain
bibisa wo say
useless.
Oh really?
Afafo so bia ever come na dubai.
Okay. And say yeti ho no ma ene
advocated because as permanent ban
PRC receive friend say request from ECG and water bodies water company say they need an increment of about 200%. Who say identia and then who should quote me tuaka I don't increase over 200%. Who say identity? Any galamsey ntia anka yeso ne bobe eden sa. Magdari, mo me entra o mamu ni anso so sa niema we so. President Mahama after 3 years, 3 months obeko obeja o man na to. Mo me enka nche se papa ye de jawane de aso a nti ja de wo ye no Now say o mai.
It's all per se yen declare state of emergency.
Your kind no fanya adwuma. Nya me na me say o declare. Your ka kire no. Boss a wo say ye no.
It me me kuma me na no beto me ase
Nigeria. No ka kire say o ba be ye. Papa, keep your words.
Keeping words in here.
Keep your principles. On can't say o ba we declare state of emergency. Obes of galamsey issues. Now me try can't say you cannot do it in the manner I promise you.
And you know mum de kan the minister de kan.
O hene kan sama ye tini chiamia no.
Mate. Okay, me that.
Nya kwala ne tukrum ha.
Dey na go by asemo. Okay, I need that point now. Felix Mamra.
Bro.
So who person member? It will be go so bre. Meti e say and one am ye didi e me bre sa be ko so abre.
Where she? It sounds open.
Say adwuma bre we na me say.
Thank God say. I go see us we boko. And I watch it actually.
Me watch it. Me too also kata me too.
Majori.
Yes.
Well, generally to Ghana want their own security issues compared to other jurisdictions. So over Galamsey is a big security issues are threatening your lives. Property and biodiversity environment. It's a big security issue that we have not been able to solve. Beyond this, can community security as a bandits attack citizens or various communities. It's a huge security problem. Oko communities who societies who do conflicts who do cause land dispute, boko, benyiri, nene, keka, displacing crop. It's a huge security problem. Even unemployment, a cost a malform you. Nina is a big security problem. Cyber security issues, we have not been able to solve them. And on general level, no, we to me I can say, oh, your security situation, no, is not the best, deteriorating. That conversation we can have, but to draw a conclusive statement to say we are in a state of insecurity, no, and we a generalization of the problem. And I don't know why we are obey a lot of mistakes in drawing that conclusion. And this make us a no, security is a relative concept. It relates to how each other feels it and experiences it. And no to me, I express say when you're insecure and I say you feel secure. You have a general security problem. Our mind. We are our peace. I enjoy a relative. Over Burkina Faso, for instance, Majeri, terrorists attack me. Some sorry, they go about their business, don't they? And you know, will you say because they are able to go about their businesses? They are not in a state of insecurity and answer. So discussing issues about security, we can pick several phenomena. And me can some say. In fact, we and your papa, and drawing your conclusion on that, and with me, I can hear. So that is it on that score. But for me, we be Samia. General conclusion there. We are in a state of insecurity, and raising the conversation to a higher level. Analysis of it, I'll be a problem on that. So that is it. Now, number two, media engagement with the press by the president, commendable in the first place. For say you better try say you be making democracy accessible and closer to the general public, for the people to know what is exactly happening near Koswankasa as a government near to salvage the situation. I have security as someone. The new better say na me say might achieve out of near me, you know. And so obi be sagalam say asem no one be say then why because you say a security issue, security situation, you know, then why e dey afa ho no. General observation, no try say galam say yentimi nso ano. That is a fact. And Majeri, baby sa o platform is so proud to NDC Azumi office.
Yeah.
Have you not advocated for state of emergency before?
State of emergency?
Yes.
I have not. Even another day no year me cassette here because me can say enfam so be enfam.
You know, you never say
never
declare.
Never.
That is good.
Never. Inti sabre no ana NDC for ka say na na do declare state of emergency. Be kan pra mama for say me MPP no mo di matam wa. Say me MPP journalist. And now ye ka state of na me say ye no state ye be ka say ye be declare state of emergency. Be ka heya na me advocate am akwa na kra na me twen.
Majeri, states they be declare state of emergency there. You do kra traso.
Okay.
Raising the conversation around the security issue to a higher level. We apply stronger political effort to deal with it. You can't political is the use of force to deal with problem now. And then the only thing that people are asking, say, you declare, and you're securitizing the issue of Galamsey. And from near our country, you have tried that effort from different levels, from different angles. They are so for Operation Vanguard, Operation 101 Stop, Galam Stop, Operation 1 from President Kufuor time. Securitizing Galamsey to address the problem, using law enforcement to address it will never solve the problem. And then the same thing, and Brana NDC opposition or more advocate here. And Omo take over leadership almost say what I just a damn it no I just a damn it no what abontia you speak what sounds good in the ears of the voter say the be ya omo be ka say any ampa yemfa mamu na kunwa ne mfa mam na so onya betra so wie dia na fe picture na ye clear money finish I clear so you don't know what to do again and then and the current administration is faced with. But for me, I would have wished say, and can you more in opposition and nay to me as Sano, they will say we are sorry, say you can't say we should declare state of emergency.
Yeah.
That would have been the best.
Yes, what can I know by Adrian Sakwan?
That would have been the best, but don't rubbish us all and assume say, oh, there's no need for us to, and then let us apply all the efforts on our hands into me addressing the problem.
Because honorable Amakofi Buakai no na don't know why Zok state no ne
what the advocate is. So they would have the best option say to Ghanaians in fact yenya picture declare and it was a campaign message but we are sorry we cannot employ that methodology to address the issue of Galamsey at this time because since you can say, mining and its derivatives, I employ over 4 million direct jobs for Ghanaians and indirect jobs. So how are you handling such a situation? So this is where the problem is. It's on my beer, as Adiano, mienu, when you for free Galamsey site, another issue will arise. So you solve the thing with a lot of tactics. With a lot of strategy, what you are dealing with the problem. And the general conversation around Galamsey in me I've said it. Say we are then go do nene damn as I say Ghana for now the problem is how we should mind it.
Yeah.
Now and benefit in society. That is the only problem we have. And they've not seen the strategy to employ, say, Ghana for to me and your mines mining and for so. And no idea is a say near solving. Majeri, well, about way by yante any scandal, beer, major scandal, beer do. Yante name Mumuno and all the questions that went to the government president, with the exception of a friend is saying TV3 key point host Alfred. I always say Okansi. Obisa say what to say. Some government appointees and ministers are cutting deals.
I don't know. A second refer statement made by the general secretary.
Said the one refer, but. That is the question. General Secretary Nankasa Nebeka you. And a man, Alfred ADBisa say, this is what we have heard. So, what is your position on it? I felt the president attempted to
But another one,
I shall say one question. I can say the ones, but later I'm refer. I'm all try to. But the answer mukrepono of our kakra. You get it? Say, and then you ask there. I can maybe send the panel back and someone I know about be yan and then so no way there. You miss answer on Friday.
All Bianca deals with.
Yeah, also Mobiana. Also on my you miss no final dance emra. Okay, no so. You get it?
Yeah.
I would have wished, say, the president would have taken a bold step to tell the nation, say, Obeme Yashim.
Yeah.
So, Obeme Yashim, for it to be clearer. So long as you are on your previous administration officials for actions and inactions. So, more for or minus sika, so more for minus sika. And not ofa kwan bi so no wa se wa beji sika na dia man na numu no ebi ne na mwachire
cut deal very strong
a serious issue and the allegation did not come from any other person than your own general secretary
yeah no kwa na Joseph Yamin so be kan
ababeka
galamsey ekonomo kono o mampanyi nya ekura na wo ma ekono wo so there are people cutting deals there. So and also the national organizer of the party. It is these two statements there. I think the president would have taken the opportunity
to address them
from question asked by Alfred Okansi.
Good.
Like I will address it both. Like it would have been better.
But what did we see? So for me, I would say over 50 city choir, 50% choir. What to say ya? And yet try be yet again.
Yeah, no be actually.
And one yet Ghana. Ghana and wow. The same movie, different casts. And only I enjoy. So please, where we are now, no, we want to move Ghana forward. Yeah, memoir a day in Puntu. From here, ebe break Ghana for. And no ni yepo. And yen sama ye beti no ya sumo ye de eni yepe. Let the reality show. Mama performance no ending ho dance ye. Sani ye be ya, o man ni betumi ayeden. Akonanim. Majeri men kasa bebre o. Na mom ni amede twa to ye. Me bisa isa bro nye ho na ache no. Omaina ye wo mu no emrane hyehyeye wo ho. Yes. Now utie a police for a complaint na omo de akọ e de charge omo de ato no so a we say misdemeanor for offensive conduct conducive of disturbing the peace. And yes sir. Offer Act 29 section 207. A person who is in a public place or at a public meeting uses threatening, abusive, or insulting words or behavior with the intent to provide a breach of the peace, or by which a breach of the peace is likely to be occasioned, commits a misdemeanor. Marjorie. But before say be a me session you code is you know. Why a public place one?
Yeah.
Why a public place?
Yes. Yeah, do a public place. So be
a public place. Until we are set a media house, that place becomes a public place. Is that not it? What they broadcast the information, it becomes a public place, isn't it?
Yeah.
Until we be to me, I can say, baby, I'm not bronye. A shena. Okay, can in seminar no okay can. It's a public place.
Baby, I'm not bronye sheno.
And now okay can in seminar or
and so no ni accredited media space are not the yes idea. On in there a new media. So social media, yeah. It's and also yeah, distinction here.
I'm trying to establish something here. Say charge na ye diabo abronye no. Are you trying to fish out some law to maybe punish some people? Na bibi.
Charge now so there.
Misdemeanor.
Okay.
for offensive conduct. Offensive conduct. That is the and I'm making kind
of publication of false
and I'm running
false publication
with intent
to
disturb the peace.
Yeah.
So I want to know how well the prosecution. Maybe I law kakra.
Lord, you mean
how they are going to establish the intent of
Abronya anyway now.
Say he intended to disturb the public peace, the peace of and that it will occasion the disturbances.
So they have to establish at the court
the intent, and leading to even the court not granting him bail. In fact, sometimes my to me no any day move to the so must say because we have people we think they have offended us and as a baby you try to squeeze the law. Now yeah they punish you. Similar thing happened under the previous administration. Seven previous. Unima wudu a wudia yenkum mani. Seven previous. So when I was unima wudi said den kura yenkum mani. We den abronya ye Ghana ni. O fahin. Until we don't try to find the means of all of us sitting down here. Mwankasa mu media, new media, ni regular media, ni adi nyina majeri. Nyina eri mu say so bi kan bibi. Na say etiawa. You know
defamatories, yeah. So defamatory is all the court.
That's all the court. Unim procedure, processes are all the first. And for me, the way it's being handled is to the extreme.
Oh, okay.
Using the hand of the state to do what they are doing. For me, looking at the law, any charges now they are born on par there, way overboard. Way overboard. And whatever thing Abronya did was totally wrong, unacceptable. Maybe me trambe and kase una wusu why den pon said them from so said den a wubu man anye me di watam. Unim yansa wabodam keka open insults like it is bad. It is bad. And if I look at somebody like Abronya, where he started from, let me share the podcast nibi on Archbishop Duncan Williams. Let me share near call IGP so. Let me share near a call Kennedy Japan so, and several other people. So I sit down and ask myself, Abronya, 7 previous. Osia 2 na ama ojiro. Osia 2 and ama ojire. This is not the extent you should go.
Okay.
Senkenya MPP na ba mu ebenya tumi amenu mi enu nyina ye nam dade. Yen shampabwa.
All right.
So you don't use that opportunity now to do whatever thing he was doing. However, on the other side, the handling of the matter no more popular, more stronger.
Me Black Maria and the
what is the point?
Black Maria no kwa na me feel say nipa bi kano.
That's all on his the phone and team. You know what you have to please. So for me, they shouldn't use the law to abuse the right of.
All right, but that's say. I need 100 points now. Who's in? Mamra wanna gas and go.
Me da si bi oni akwa outside ya mama. We dey first of all, me person me ten time bi kakra.
And nyina is within your time. You go ahead.
Yes. In fact, me banana me tie miracles aboaje. And I'm about to MPP communicators also.
Your friend is Set Ofe.
Mr. Set Ofe. Miti omunyina na tebe hu say omunyina nam kwan ba so. Na kwan na omunam so no. Yesi do twasa no. Onim se na chi aye den achia. Agi do gina na chi. Ti me gina chi na me hwe wo mo. Nti wo say metete ntentan kakra bi. Number 1. Yura Dennis Miracles Abuaje. Or say first time in history. Galamsey Akoso ewo Savannah region under NDC. Asema Miracles say first time in history Galamsey Akoso Savannah region enie. Enya no kure rudu rather sem and dada sem on fan of no just modernghana.com. na won check obehu regions a ɛwɔ hɔnom a galamsey ɛkɔ so wɔ hɔnom a me ankasa mesa wɔ ɛyɛ savannah ɛyɛ rexec for omo lanchi bibi so person de clamping down illegal mining activities ɛwɔ ɛyɛ savannah region ɛno so it was September 19th 2024 na nyen this net so enti man ko gina be bia ankasa galamsey ɛkɔ so savannah region and the NDC time first time in history no that's number 1. Number 2 ɛyɛ Miracle Sabuaji ene Mr. Ofei nyina akase na NDC for yese galamsey ekoso ewo Eyiro Akufo-Addo ni fie ana Eyiro Akufo-Addo bebia wote enye NDC ni ene bi na no eka se galamsey ekoso ewo bebe Eyiro Akufo-Addo ni fie wo bobo chichu su finso ase beka kiro so denche me wandi na chinie yewura professor from Pom Boatin a MPP aban Eyiro Akufo-Addo ne man minister oye minister mu lands and natural resources minister wona wo se won hwe agudie ni bibia so eno oba abonten ebeka kire yen Ghana for on 12th of June 2023 say omache enkofo bi omoye galamsey ewo Eyiro Akufo-Addo finchire enti meka amaye Mr. Ofei ene Dennis Miracle Sabuaji ati ase say enye NDC ni bia ene bi na no ye den eka sa asem no again o say Eyiro Miracle Sabuaji ene we so mo say NDC for na eye galamsey no in fact Eyiro Miracle squad man general say NDC for nyina na eye galamsey no obisa no question bi obisa no say ni evidence e wo hefa me o ka say obisa no say asem no de e mo ka say we nya evidence asem MPP for no yen twantro yen ka asem bi say obisa ye say yen fa adansidie ai bata hombra na adwane in fact NDC nyi yesu na ebi ya no ka say MPP for mu ye galamsey ena mpesa me kana oti ase yewura professor from Pom Boatin na ne bi na no beka kire yen say presidency ho obobo odin emre ni haka mebo din nyina ama presidency ho from bottom to top from top to bottom to the bottom omu nyina engage into any illegal mining activities we nya ndisi ni na ka asasem no etimi srew o ka galamsey issues a hundebe obesa eden a deal with it again meba Mr. Ofei ankasa so no o say ye oti hayi say ye bisa wo say NDC ba mu galamsey fight de ba de pa na o maya untumi nka sa na obisa wo e na wo say won ka de onu no hu ni say omunye ye na wo say wo ka so wo ka de ye nye ya ye njindi unim say NDC ba mu me ne wo ka say excavators a free port a free amanone ebedu port and the DVLA airlines say ye be register no airport or airport honum ye register we the tracker be shem ni ya make sure say be a wo the excavator na be kwa kodu no say galamsey site a ebe kire say wo de kwa koye adwuma ebe kire adwuma de kwa koye na ebe kire enti eno ne one of enema yedi gu akwam say na ebe tima boa ama galamsey de akoso 2 license NDC ba mu ye man new license bia even MPP there was a Ghana for who some nwene Ghana ho mo di Ghana bro e ba ne galamsey activities a ye to abama mu free aba mu kura no ye to abeti ama mu free aba mu just 7 days mutimi the licenses over 103 licenses new licenses e my miners by this year ba ye no ye see there be ye hwe sa ne ma ni nyina mu ye ansa na ya dey start MPP mo de emra ko parliament ekodi tu mu say yenko ye forest ye kwa ye bretuo mu ni yenko tu agudie ni ense ye kwa ye bretuo NDC ye ba ye na me no ka say emra no ye repeal emra no ni ye free o tinton time obi antimi ko forest reserve mu ye ma akonya no beto honom no mi fra sentiment mu na eba yewura sampan mi fra sentiment mu na eba wana no eke me boss one journalist bi yewura Manasa Zure for tested the report ba bonti say omu hye kwa ye bretuo mu say nsuo ni nsase yewura chama untumi ye nyina ne ye Ghana hanim sei ene Eyiro Akufo-Addo jinapo meka Samuel Abu jinapo oba bonti meka kire say yewura chama untumi Eyiro Akufo-Addo list akwanya wodi ama MPP for so monko forest reserve mu enko tu galamsey no say yewura chama wutumi enam tanom forest reserve mu or say nsuo ni nsase yewura akofo ado a ono so de presidency to fight galamsey no asembe no kan or say yewura chama wutumi enye any illegal mining activities bia or clear no me no ka say I have the report ye try to come yewura akofo ado but yewura akofo ado clear no ene ye ka say munamu ne will no esembe fight any galamsey activities bia na ekoso Ghana hanim say me no ka say the corporate you see say you be cooperative mu the community mining by in fact community mining na community nim benefit na ye MPP empenifo MPP women's organizers no be tena aka say ono me kwotena mu sister station so o say galamsey ni de ye njai tu nde jai tu china be tu galamsey ni saa MPP women's organizer ena ka asem ye racket jemfo a ena ka asem ni kire enti mu e ba na galamsey fight kwa de mo anya de in fact mu declare state of emergency ni wiye no ena you're a professor from Pom what say okay you're a
state of emergency one the ban
the total ban and do two galamsey
yeah total ban on
all mining activities or Ghana hanim say na mo de to so ye wo Ghana hanim say uni hanim say e ko we see video a na audio enenam say yes party yesika you're a Canada kun pro ko Japan ko TV so o say ban galamsey a MPP aban Mr. Ofe wo mu you're a Dennis Amraka saboaje ofre ba mu wo mu wasi se ba ne galamsey a yewura kofo do ti se dua osiwa oni hini ni hini nyina eden awrote yesi party hieska enne me ne wo kasei bebi enu a wate se yesi party yewura John Mahama hieska because yesi Jubilee House ono ne galamsey headquarters according to yewura professor from Pombwati nti se ba ne galamsey fighter me mpese MPP ni bia benya no akasa asem no minim se MPP for in fact omo nwene Ghana ho. It's me. I like the way me brapin. Please your name, Mr. Felix Mante. Mr. Felix Mante. I like the way I was navigating the way I was dealing with galamsey because ono enura o kan say nye and o ka say nye by what what hanim say no enura no na wo say ye and our time no ye and then this time na the pragmatic measures you go akwam say be mitigate illegal mining activities no eno de enye eno na Ghana ni bi etia no ahu nipa ban ya MPP for den eti hwe o see NDC ye ba ye national organizer galamsey in fact I was so who says so person who say John Dramani Mahama or dwene galamsey fight ho a o te say national chairman a national youth organizer galamsey any national vice chairman galamsey then o see mu investigate omo but under MPP yewura kofado or clearing agent no a clear kama ti say o clear yewura chama wuntumi no enti difference ne de ewo mu hwe o see gold board you see MPP for no person mo discredit gold board but me come MPP for tia say gold board has come to stay in fact MPP for nankasa na ye was say binim difo wo mu a o mu gidi say gold board no be boaye bi ti say yewura chairman sabonsu a onu ko onim de chen wako parliament in fact wa ya manyosem chen wo onu ankasa bi na no in fact he was a majority leader of parliament yewura chairman sabonsu asema no kan ye o see gold board no
ebi abeka say political experience
no
onim de chen won de
no okay onim de chen or politics we say sana na make up
yeah politics yes
I'm sorry if say me offended one in fact onim de chen or politics mu o see yewura sami gold board no ye hwe ne ye bebo man Ghana wo MPP akukudam boss yewura sami je fi gold board abaso communicator in fact ubetie de kukudam na ono no ya manyosam ache atie de o kana ba be kabinu o tie anim say so criticize gold board say Ramahama say galamsey near stop because gold board no ye to edify galamsey yes wo yewura Ramahama ndo ma statement no wa ma statement no hwe but minim ha so ni PMMC MIF okay MIF Bank of Ghana and the MPP no muto gold ni free hin omo de no muto no Ghana muto no Pluto na even Pluto no muto no hefa Ghana heya na muto gold na muto gold ni kire bebi na muto gold di free and na wo kire say gold board to gold free galamsey yes so PMMC MIF Bank of Ghana no muto gold di free hin edu so akire me you see gold board has come to stay and then me no ka say gold board kwa export this year just 8 good months kwa value ayenya $6.3 billion and yet menya edi aboa Ghana 2024 under MPP time from January to December sika omunya $4.6 billion de yenya a chain de mumunya ye in fact 8 months po yenya de nya ye chain mumu de munya no 1 year enti wo say wo gold board abaso na me no ka say what is say yes go smuggling e cost bebrebe Ghana ha but under MPP yenim say yewura Alista Matthias e ba bontin be ka kire yen say so obi a utimi bo na man smuggle gold worth $40 million annually be the free Ghana ha e president Akufo-Addo
no kre
yes okay we ye no I feel dem be chiro the internet ye no kre no yewura Akufo-Addo e kwa Jazeera ma egu Ghana ni ma se madam Fubo Cote d'Ivoire or frame no say so your president is corrupt like this. How can the president facilitate this corrupt act? Helping someone to smuggle gold worth $40 million annually from Ghana. Meanwhile, if smuggle gold, you net revenue be any free move. Emma, yes, me try there. Emma, except for me, oh, I'm coming. Me kasama cho the interno kreno. Me cho the interno kreno.
It will be cancer.
And you're being candy too. Unimibi.
Once I say our casa or my penny as well to go free galamsey. And that is it. But
okay, me show the reason why. Me show the reason why. Reason the guy and Libyan team. You Akufo-Addo taste asem no. Asem no kan ye. Was it say Al Jazeera fan retracted some publication now or better he will sue them.
The facts are when so
it no. Dabio idea be gu hu fia gu o man ni nyina hu fi. Na e wo se o clear wo hu uyi wo hu free mu se wo so na obi dia beto so akobọ kro no adabra du be transit sa hwe no
ya kan wo
na ampa usu be siw nipa no se nipa na papa free wa ni e seculate sa di we ya
Ghana governor oh no so meka se be sika se mototo ya bedwuma di so obewo experience more than yourself as a communicator as an analogy na woman ono na kasa praise Aban initiative will take you and your friend gold for oil.
In fact,
it tells you say Aban the coin, Aban and your konkoro one to go.
That be gold for oil need different from gold smuggling.
There were reserves. There were reserves. It is those tank of millions of dollars were smuggled out of the country. Aban is saying, and you been as a reserve now. Bank of Ghana governor name a binder than no kind a binder than a person.
In fact, me be a odi situation conversation.
Yeah, I'm situating in the sense. Also, no many be gold for oil. Fantastic, but what can I say? Be anyhow.
But when him say
Ghana governor, I say there me there is gold for oil. I can't want them. In the same vein, some people before can say gold board. And I just say, baby, a mommy nyai sakasan.
In fact, you are comparing up on it.
It is not really
helping. Even gold for oil policy, no. E buy no. Aseme no muka so mo de ba be. IMF for report e buy catch say the president on review gold for oil policy no. I didn't know Mukasa. IMF review. Meaning say bibi kosu wo mu a enye policy sakramu. No, I say review gold for oil policy.
It doesn't mean say
what you say.
It doesn't mean that it wasn't in existence.
No, free SHS. Ya kasi e be review. MP before kasi say be den. Ye be twemu. Enye sa no muka
when they say no review doesn't make us late.
So review no asem na make an review ni mean say bibi kosu wo mu a enye enti mun sakramu. IMF for kan
not always.
By ne me no ka say gold na ye smuggle call ye na wo ka say ya bo na basunti no gold na infa na free call ye no where ASAP e the report about say annually bia no ye hwe $5 billion of gold ye smuggle the free Ghana akwa ma no ne ASAP na be ka asem no
aben bi na no yes sir
o say
aben bi no ya na
yes and na obi so be kire ye kwan a ye fa so smuggle gold aban bi bo na man smuggle gold enti mumote hanim say no mu ye enabler of a gold smuggling Ghana hanim say
yo me that
Yura John Dramani Mahama. He is a journalist like you are. But opeso who say MPP for se bin prebiasa. Omo say dey ni anidie e de ma journalist for enie. O kan say abra ye beto aba no atachia MP for Abuakwa I think so no Abuakwa South. Or say we should not vote for a journalist. We should vote for an economist. Journalist intimi manage Ghana economy ni ye. In fact, I was expecting journalists for
What's attach and
attach and Google it. It is there. Google it and then yes,
I'm not aware.
Yes, that is what he said. And number one, MPP for any did a journalist for. You are John Mama as journalist. On him say, Eja, won't mean boo mine. Abra obey media a free move. Media constitution,
But they are we are wasting time.
No, we are not wasting time. We are not wasting time.
Nana do ye be. Men criticize your novel. Your novel. John Nana the first one ye. Professor Mills be ye.
No, they make an.
They make an. Don't. We shouldn't waste time on trivialities.
Have I made mention of novel here? What I'm saying, you should listen to me.
So
you have to know. No. Why you are being unfair? No, listen to me. Let me learn. No. Oh, catch them saying novel. You are taking words out of my mouth. Meanwhile, I've not made mention of novel.
I haven't said also you didn't listen to me.
You made mention of novel.
Men creating impression. They say you novel.
But men can't novel as
don't create.
Oh, what you say?
That's what I was saying.
Oh no, not like that. Not like that. The way I also they fan. It seems that we are all communicating. But maybe I all they fan. Different from maybe I made they fan.
Can meet you.
So what you say?
I'll give you 2 minutes.
Enra. What you say? Democracy no. Or not as president.
First
time in history. What ban the first 8 months ni. We share journalists for. When so we be waka the echoes of Ghana e dia kire omu. Omu wi yen so omu bisa no questions no. In fact me hu sister some of my journalists Manasa Zuremu omu bonabaso Erastus mu bonabaso but they criticize on Galamsey na omu kan some of which they have right to do that.
What's the first time in history 8 months?
Me say the American was say we nya abutena utie me. First time in history yenya president bi oba ye no why na adwin say journalist for oni mu na ebe ye adwuma tie make oni mu na ebe ye adwuma the first 8 months make 8 months so the American was say utie me minim de wo dwene no but my yes research ni nyina first 8 months yes obeka say you ramal see bi but make time I see ye and I make was first 8 months we share journalists for now what catch almost said them better they ma yeni nti they most mum bisa journalists for you know they are the conduit between the people and the government.
Okay, me that say
and a journalist for you ko tie you John Dramani Mahama omutie Ira Mahama we no and omu bisa questions Ghana for no person bisa in fact Ira Mahama yi questions ni nyina no kama
okay
me no ka say minim say ye ba mu nche but eniema edi gu akwamu no MPP as a political party anytime bia no benya bibia eden aka e de afa ho but yenko first second year no na economy bibia eden atturning around ama Ghana for unsampa Ira John Dramani Mahama ne promise obe promise ye no in fact he really came to deliver and abronya de no so no I'm just advising say let's all be very careful ewo ya no kasemu. Okay. You are a well respected man. And at the BMT so in fact, me the BMT me adebakwa me de pe wasem me who say kasetwitwe edidi atem I've never seen you or I've never heard you insulting anybody. De bia no oka wasem asem ne yebeka oka wasem you enye an insult. But okotena okwa say in fact I like the way I also distinguish onono station no from more stations no. In fact, they are not all no. Me edidi atem ya dey make say insult in politics enya dey ebeboa and they yekọ yenim. Mama ye nyina enjai sa na no.
All right.
And minim say before say obi be hu say ampa emra Ghana ni bre Ghana no. E wo say munya obi na mo serving as deterrence say na be ya others no ebehwe asua. And I'm just advising those people munya opportunity no mo tena social media. No mo insult to journalists, no mo insult to mpenifo akukudam. Even journalists are insulting no. Or no so na beka wasam chosen ko kan president. President are insulting no, o insulting no. Or no so na person ye de onyen fama. Enti me de omo mu nimi e politics mu nim say politics of insult de machiwa de.
Okay, but that's it. I need 100.9. Meta menasa. Meta menasa azo o TV.
Me TV kakrebe.
Meta menasa. We Bosco Grana
we the best senior Bosco no ma 2 minutes bi.
O sre no. When him time am.
Is it your name?
Baba jo tene yanko.
I ask a specific question say a day na ban we buy o maya fa galamsey. Who say me no tena want to yanka ade ba kokora. O say the okan say omo be license excavators e port maye mebeye
it's a process. It's in the process.
I was much there though. I'm a professionally trained teacher. My child know how to ask my questions. So I asked the question specific, close-ended questions. So, Mark Jerry, let's not play semantics here. I was very specific. Also, Chama went to me. I changed. So, I say, Mark Jerry, you changed Chama went to me about 3 months ago. I called them for about 1 week without any basis, you know. Galam say, ye jai, and then no can say, Kobia, I was say, Insu na o man for Salnom. I start to check. And yes, insu na hunu keku. I to check insu na we. Na insu kitin kaka hu krade and then enflobium. What here be defend Galamsey? Me tina ha me catch say Galamsey ya papa. NPP appens what say Magdere me ka say Galamsey ya papa. See, if you don't have any track record of my presentation on this show, never impugn any ill motive. Last one, person make na me dem asema ba we or say President Akufo no you corrupt or you say for the first time in our history, a certain president initiative process to investigate the vice president. Ne ya depa. Tama mu koto aircraft or Ghana ha.
Chance ba dey tira muguso.
No correct. They toss to be okay STX. President Mahama call for China for be good parliament house. Say sika wo ho. E be sin there. I don't know where infa.
Okay.
Amajaro okay Amajaro.
Medase.
Company ni a blacklist mu international market.
Sir.
Ko fa san ko fo be ma we mu. So meto ye kuku. And Amajaro kra gu. Yeso osun nkonto pofidia uyi eja wa adwe ni bi na to President Mahama. So for me the kind of narrative of painting, it is neither here nor there. Okay. Also journalists and your friends of NPP. And how many started capacity building for journalists in this country under a Akufo-Addo regime. Uncle Bisa, former information minister, me Fatima to Baka. Capacity enhancing building programs on more journalists.
And they said Kojo Pong
One deputy. Na ya ban bi na abebe mu na was serve as information minister. You are not thinking about the welfare of journalists. You are not friends. Under your watch, within just 8 months, 13 journalists have been beaten. 13 journalists, just 8 months. Oh, Papa bin was here finding X. Say 8 months equal to 13 journalists. 4 years better.
Thank you, Felix.
You never find why I'm finding X.
So 8 months is equal to 13 journalists. 4 years, how many journalists?
Never find why. Once I became yes, this is a queen. And I said,
and let's see the number of cities and above.
Ghana,
only prosecutor governor. Now only prosecutor finance minister.
The players in Ghana's governance.
Players
Ghana governance. It is a tefra here say. One butua. Nene yemba yosro. The obu ye idie. Majeri. Until say Ghanaians will see. Say enye ni pebia na say ye de amemotion in sano. Because so abre. Or until say they who get the opportunity to rule realizing no. We are here not to speak. Sabi obia niji sabi na jana ho. Obia niji mu. Until we giant MPP or can the best side of MP.
Yeah.
We giant DC or can the best side of NDC. No more Zoom say they are superior and better than any other. But the reality on the ground, the ordinary person on the street, okay. People are suffering. Oh, I'm not for bro. Eti ya binya kwenya ni e kan sam to alleviate ye hardship any pressure na man for ni enemu a yen kasem e be me yakoma atoye yem.
Okay.
Yen kan ye be ma ye ho atoye. That will bring hope. Not just I don't want to use certain words. Me come anuntum kakra. Na yemwa no man intimi enkodanim. We pray say we get to that level. Where you see the reality governance pass this is what we are doing. Okay. You bet me are finding the criticism around it to move forward as a people.
Okay, me dance him. Cousin, me dance is out by why? Anytime I back crab, I'll pass you through, that's actually on Rabba McQueen, man. Your friend on fire. We say, before our father. And I said, said, also me dance say, and a best of by. And Felix Mante, director, communication director, the Progressive People's Party, or no some. Eba has it. Therefore, and I get the AC. And I'm a pa. You best say, Shia or Chinaya. And then you will into the enumerate. Touch like the river. And I meant to be a phone line because my time in the call. It's a sorry. DJ Bosco, a take you over. No about you. Quadro me Adam semi producer, but I'm free my bank running and else for me that must say. Social media administrators. Namely, said answer the ama a year, the boss, your friend, Kwasia Boaje, the darling boy. Dr. Father Dexena, executive producer, the general manager, Kennedy Santos, say, on the Bonnie Chidom. Yes, or meeting the Mark Jerry or say, Agyeman. DJ Bosco, a take you over. Ever say she, Yamiko Bibia.
Hey, catch it. Listen in here. And no more about to tell me Baba no one no. Come so to me. Hey, I say, hey, now Becca. Yeah, John to mommy and Saint Duku, Portomanto. This way chocolate drink. Nakan watch shit. Afibian Suberi new our renia. This way chocolate drink. Nakan sia. Oh, I say, we then come on to more. Maybe one wants to share crowd your car. Who had your weapon home? Who got about it here? And from one. This way chocolate drink.
Hey, catch up a pair, Baba Wari.
I say,
if you said this way chocolate drink. Sorry, I no pay no ni enum. Ye be chef fridge no no say snack. Ye nya hoho anu ye de serve wo mo. Ye didi wie ni ye pe bibia bogu ya de so a. This way chocolate drink ni enum. And this way no ti anu a. He se kire wom, koko wom, brick wom, bibia wom. Ade wo hia ni so se.
This way chocolate drink.
De wo hia ani so se.
FDA ahwe se adwede nkratoe mo agye atum se eye.
Cool, fresh and trendy with a new look. Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Anytime. Natural mineral water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Vinny drop that.
DJ Bosco, you say, open your mouth. How to need it. Try DJ Bosco, boy, and you. My home, toy. DJ Bosco, boy and you.
Vinny drop that.
Open your paparazzi. DJ Bosco, you say, open